Hello and welcome to this, our 55th live stream, The Tyranny of Hypocrisy. Okay, this is of course, a nod to both our Monday video on the fallacy of hypocrisy, the two, I'm going to mess this up, quoque, fallacy. It's also a nod to the album Tyranny of Beauty by Tangerine Dream, which is an excellent album. Excellent album. So it's a play on, we're playing on the words there. Okay? Just a little housekeeping before we begin. Join us again this Tuesday for our third installment of the Assassin's Creed live play. It's been a lot of fun so far, and that's at 4 p.m. Pacific time. We hope you can all join us. The second thing is we also want to wish all of you out there who are, say, into cryptocurrency a happy halving day. If you're not aware, in cryptocurrency, the rewards for miners decreases by half every 4 years to limit supply. And that happened today. So if you're into that, wish you well. Hope your accounts are doing well. But just a little geekery there. Okay. So, you're here, of course, not for cryptocurrency information, but for me to answer your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. The rules are... We're going to change the rules a little bit tonight. Again, Super Chats have priority. Same as always across all YouTube. We do take non-super chats, and we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of your super chat, or non-super chat, so I know it's directed to me. Questions without a Q and a colon might as well not exist. I don't see them. Okay? The second thing, or the third thing is, only post your non-super chat once. Question chat spamming is not permitted. Okay? If you question spam or repeat the same question, you get banned. Or at least your question is disqualified for the night. Okay? The next thing is, if it has to do with a Bible verse or a foreign language, we ask that you provide us with a little context. For a Bible verse, we need the book of the Bible, we need the chapter, and we need the verse. For a foreign language, we need what language you think it's in and what you think it means, just to narrow it down. We also... are going to have a cutoff on Super Chat questions at 11 p.m. Anything after that, we'll give you a thank you, but we want to answer the question. The other thing is, the new addition is for sponsored questions. Okay? One sponsorship, one question. None of this, yeah, I'm going to give you a $2 Super Chat, answer 10 questions. Okay? We're not doing that anymore. Okay? Okay, we're not going to rack up a queue of 40 sponsored questions and answer it, okay? Okay? That's not reasonable, and we can't possibly do it. There is only one of me, okay? We're also going to make it that if a question is sponsored, we have the prerogative not to answer them if there are so many queued up. And my producer says, please restate the question following your sponsorship so we can find it easily. Okay? Just to make it a little easier on us. All right? So, with that said, let's get into questions. Okay, let's take up this. We're going to start the night here with 4 non-super chats. Our first one here is from Darkblade. Do you believe the characters of the Apocrypha actually existed? Some of them, yes. Some of them, no. Depends. I would take this on a case-by-case basis. Now, there are some that definitely existed because they're famous people. And we do have secondary evidence to support that they existed. Other times, not so much. Okay? So it really depends which one you're talking about. So I think this is one of those things that you have to sort of take on a case-by-case basis. And not all of them are going to have existed in the time frame that is specified by the apocryphal book. Like, for example, Enoch. No, he didn't write first Enoch. Do I think Enoch existed? Yes. Do I think that he wrote the book of Enoch? No. So there's going to be one of those things that that we hope that are just, you're going to have to take this by a case basis. Judith, do I think she existed? No, I don't think Judith existed. But I think she's a literary device being used in an apocryphal book. Okay? So it's going to depend case by case basis on whether or not these figures actually existed. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Second non-super chat here is from Vish. Okay. Why did God inspire the Bible authors to be so redundant and ritualistic? See Numbers 29, rather than philosophical. It seems the same theology could have been expressed without all, I think he means without all the repetitions. All right. Now, there's a couple things we've got to keep in mind here. First thing is, philosophy had not been invented yet. So you would be expecting the biblical writers, people in the Bronze Age and Iron Age, to write based upon a genre that didn't exist yet. So I think that's important to recognize that what we take for granted today is the cumulative result of Western culture, a Western civilization. So you can't expect a Bronze Age writer to write in terms of a genre that didn't yet exist. But let's just take a look at this, because there is something very interesting about Numbers 29. And I think it's worth sort of pointing out here. And we will just go right to sort of the repetitious point, because I think this is important. Okay. So it's, go to, let's see, a really repetitious point here. Okay, let's go this. Okay, well, let's start verse 12 here. Then on the 15th day of the 7th month, you shall have a holy convocation. And you shall do so no laborious work, and you shall observe a feast to the Lord for 7 days. And you shall present a burnt offering, an offering by fire as a soothing aroma to the Lord. 13 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs, 1 year old, which are without defect. And their grain offering, fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah, each of the 13 bulls, 2/10 for each of the 2 rams, and 1/10 for each of the 14 lambs, and 1 male goat for sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its grain offerings, and its libation. Then, on the 2nd day, verse 12, of the 7th month, you shall have a holy convocation, you shall do no laborious work, and you shall observe the feast 7 days. Okay, now we're getting into that repetitious part. And you shall present a burnt offering, an offering by fire as a soothing aroma of the Lord, 13 bulls. And it goes on, and it gets very repetitious here. Now, if you know, say, ritual calendars of the ancient world, and Egypt had a ton of these. Okay? Almost every temple in Egypt, and even a lot of tombs, had what was called a ritual calendar. A calendar that specified on such and such a day, you do this sacrifice. Very next entry in the calendar, such and such a day, same sacrifice. This is the genre that we find in the Bronze Age. This is something that, for example, the ritual observance of things is considered very important in the Bronze Age. And it was specified. Sometimes repetitiously so, but specified, so you didn't miss it. Okay? Not everything in the Bible is going to reflect theological or philosophical concerns. There's a huge amount of ritual that's involved with this book, this genre. So really here in Numbers 29, it's very much reflecting what we see in Bronze Age ritual calendars. Okay? So we wouldn't expect a Bronze Age, late Bronze Age, early Iron Age book to reflect the concerns of 4th century philosophy. We would expect it to reflect the concerns, the ritual concerns of its time. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. It's a really great question. Question here is from Darkblade. Why wasn't the Exodus Pharaoh subject to the Demitio Memoriae? Okay. A couple reasons. Okay. Now, it's sometimes caricaturized that every pharaoh underwent the Demitio Memoriae from his predecessor. That wasn't the case. Oh, the Demitio Memoriae is when they sort of scratch out your images. Okay? The damnation of memory. Okay? So they scratch out your name, they scratch out your images. And that wasn't the norm in Egypt. Now, it did happen from time to time. But usually with you have to do something pretty bad to get there. I mean, you have to be a heretic like Akhenaten, or a usurper like Hatshepsut to really sort of be in that category, or someone that they just forgot about to be in that, and didn't care about to be in that category where they would do this. So when a successor would come along, the Demitio Memoriae in Egypt would have more to do with what was your relationship with your dad than anything else. Really, that's sort of what it boils down to. Like, for example, in the case of Hatshepsut, her successor she usurped the throne from Thutmose III. Thutmose III did the Demitio Memoriae because she took his throne and wouldn't give it up until she was dead. In the case of, say, Akhenaten, his successors did the Demitio Memoriae because he left the country in a horrible state. If he had not left the country in such a horrible state, they probably wouldn't have done the Demitio Memoriae. And frankly, the Akhenaten did the Demitio Memoriae on, say, gods he didn't care for, like Amun, and Osiris, that sort of things. So in the case of, say, Ramses II, who was the Exodus Pharaoh, 40 years had passed between the Exodus and his death. That's a long reign. And he had relatively good relations with his successor, which was Merneptah. So there was really no reason to conduct a Demitio Memoriae. It was just one of those things that it was just wasn't necessary in this case, because he wasn't vilified. He wasn't vilified in Egypt. He wasn't vilified by his successor. He was, as far as we can tell, he might have been a bad king, but he was apparently an okay father. So Talitha Kum asks, did the Demitio Memoriae on Akhenaten start under Tutankhamun or earlier? We're not sure when exactly, Talitha. We're not exactly sure when the Demitio Memoriae against Akhenaten started. It may not have started under Tutankhamun. It might have actually started under, say, Horemheb. Because the successors of Akhenaten were part of the system. You know, Tutankhamun was part of the system. Smenkhare was part of the system. I was part of the system. Horemheb was an outsider. And he was an outsider that really hated corruption. So, it's... Talitha also asks, could Moses have been a victim of the Demitio Memoriae? Probably not. There's probably no inscriptions about concerning Moses to begin with. Because he really wasn't an important figure in Egypt. He's an important figure to the Israelites, but he was never an important figure in Egypt. Not even as amongst, say, the royal household. He wasn't even an important figure. So, it was really, he's not going to have any inscriptions to vandalize. Okay, so with that said, I hope that answers your question, Darkblade. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Question number 4. Also from Cody McGahee. What does Hagar's name mean in Egyptian? Okay. Hagar's name is probably one of those names that has been sort of tweaked by the Israelites just slightly. Okay? And this was something the Israelites did with, say, foreign people that they represented in it. So it's sort of got the connotation in, say, Semitic as, say, a foreigner, but in Egyptian, it was probably something different. It was probably closer to care. Okay? The Q and G's would often sort of be transliterated between each other. Okay, so Hagar is probably her name in Egyptian, and we do find this name attested. We find it in Ronca, for example. He attests this. Okay, Magahi. Sorry, I butcher names and pronunciations all the time. Okay, so what does it mean in Egyptian? It means hungry, waif, somebody who's poor, somebody who's low in status. It's sort of the name you give her full name would probably have ended with a T. So it probably in Egyptian, and the T would have been dropped sometimes in the case of female names. So Hakaret would have probably been her name. And it would have been sort of along the lines of, she was probably something, I can guess almost from, say, what the name means, a little bit about her background. She probably would have been, like a 7th, 8th daughter, of some farming class. And the family couldn't support her. They gave her the name Waif, and they sort of sold her to slavery. That's probably her background based on her name. Okay. So that's probably the origin of the name. It's definitely Egyptian. We do find it in Ronca. But it has that sort of connotation of being someone disadvantaged. Hungry, poor, miserable, waif. Okay? So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, now we're on to the super chats. The first super chat here is from Mobius for $10. And he says, in Judges 1:27, it is claimed that Shean and Megiddo were not conquered. Canaanites had iron chariots. The towns were Egyptian until 1140 BC. Do you think they were actually Egyptians? Do you think that the Israelites purposely misidentified the Egyptian inhabitants for some reason? Okay. Yes, they did. All right. First of all, Beit Shean was a Egyptian garrison town. So it did take time for the Israelites to sort of bring them into the fold of, say, into Israelite hegemony. So it took a long, long time for the Egyptian garrison towns to crumble. And that's because they were armed. Essentially, they had the small garrisons of chariots that made their cities very defensible. Now, as far as the identification as Canaanite towns, that's more along the lines of these are towns in Canaan than anything else. So it's more of a geographical designation than I think it was actually an ethnic designation. So these are towns that are in traditionally Canaanite holdings. So they're just basically lumping them in with the local geography. So I don't think they're identifying ethnicity here, because these are mixed towns. These are towns that have both Egyptians and Canaanites and other people living there. So, I think they had the ethnically, these garrison towns had a large population of Egyptians. And that's clear basically from the archaeology at Beit Shean. But as far as the Israelites concerned, they're just in the land. They're just in the land of the Canaanites. They're going to be part of that sort of let's say holding, and it's going to just take them time to conquer that and to make that part of the general Israelite land holdings. All right. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next super chat here is from TBD for $5. Thank you for the super chat. In Numbers 22, God tells Balaam to go to the king, verse 20, but then is very angry when he went, verse 22. Is something lost in translation here? Not lost in translation, just not explicitly said. Let's go to here to Numbers 22. I'll pull this up. Okay. Start verse 12 here. And God said to Balaam, so this is his first thing that said to Balaam, do not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed. Okay, so that's basically Balaam's first instruction. Do not go with these Moabites. So Balaam arose in the morning and said to Balaam's leaders, go back to your land, for the Lord has refused to let me go with you. And the leaders of Moab rose and went to Balak and said, Balaam has refused to come with us. Okay, so there's some time that's passed here. Then, verse 15, there's that consecutive vav. Balaam then sent again leaders, more numerous and more distinguished than the former. And then they came to Balaam and said to him, thus says Balaam, son of Zippor, let nothing, I beg you, hinder you from coming to me. For I will indeed honor you richly, and I will do whatever you say to me. Please come then, curse this people for me. Verse 18, and Balaam answered and said to the servants of Balak, though Balak were to give me a house full of silver and gold, I could not do anything, either small or great, contrary to the command of the Lord my God. And now, please, you also stay here tonight, and I will find out what the Lord will speak to me. Okay, now, here's the first thing. He's basically been told, you're not going to curse his people. You're not going to go with them. You're not going to curse them. Stay away from these people. So what does he do? He inquires of the Lord again. Verse 20. And God came to Balaam that night and said to him. So basically, he's pestering God. He's hoping God changes his mind here. This is like a kid that goes up to daddy and keeps going, oh, can I do this? And daddy keeps saying no. No. And he just goes, the kids keeps asking him to sort of wear him down. Okay? Because he really wants the loot. He wants that gold. He wants that gold and silver. So he's trying to wear God down here. And God came to Balaam that night and said to him, if the men have come to call you, rise up and go with them, but only the word which I speak to you shall you do. So basically, God says, okay, you really want to do this? You want to go with them? Okay, but you're going to follow exactly what I tell you. Of course, Balaam has other notions in mind here. He's got other notions in mind. He's trying to do his own thing. So verse 21. So Balaam arose in the morning and saddled his donkey and went with the leaders of Moab. But God was very angry because he was going. Because, frankly, God basically said, hey, if you go and you're not supposed to go, he already said that in verse 12. Don't go. So Balaam wears him down. Keeps trying to wear down God here. And then God says finally, okay, you go, but you do exactly what I say. Well, Balaam has no intention of doing that. And God knows it. God knows very, very well what Balaam has got in mind here. And he's angry because he's going with another purpose. Not the purpose God's sending him to do. So God is angry because he's going, and the angel of the Lord took his stand in the way of the adversary. Now he was riding on his donkey, and his 2 servants were with him. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way, with his sword drawn in his hand, the donkey backed off. And then we go back down. We're going to go a little further. After all the beating the donkey and the donkey talking to him and all that. To verse... Verse 32, and the angel of the Lord said to him, why have you struck your donkey these 3 times? Behold, I have come out as an adversary because your way was contrary to me. That's the important bit here, that contrary to me. Basically, God gave him some really sort of limited parameters on what he was able to do, and he's going doing something else. So the Lord knows what Balaam is about to do. He knows this. He knows he's going to go out to be disobedient. Yeah, it basically, as my producer just said here, you can't pull a fast one in God. And that's what the Lord is doing here. He's saying, you were given a little bit of rope because you were being a pest. And you've come to the end of that rope. And Balaam said to the angel of the Lord, verse 34, I have sinned, for I did not know that you were standing in the way against me. And now then, if it is displeasing to you, I will turn back. What happens, verse 35? The Lord reiterates what he says. Go with the men, but you shall speak only the word which I tell you. So basically, God is I hate to use this term, but having a come to Jesus meeting with Balaam. Okay? He's basically telling Balaam, look, I knew what you're up to. I know what you were about to do. I told you to do this. You had something else in mind. You don't want to die today. You better get back on the path. Okay? So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. So it's not that he's given him carte blanche when he goes. It's a very limited. Yeah, he's gonna let him be really embarrassed. Yeah. You know, basically, if he had listened to God the first time and just not gone, he wouldn't have died. You know, basically, this ends up being the death of Balaam, ultimately, because of his disobedience. But yeah, basically, Dean Zelzar, Balaam is a bratty kid. Yeah, pretty much. He's acting like a bratty kid. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Yeah. Next super chat here is from Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for super chat. Thoughts on Alex J. O'Connor, Cosmic Skeptic? I don't watch a lot of his content, honestly. I think I've only watched 1 or 2 snippets of his stuff. I will, from what I've seen of him, he is a atheist apologist. Okay, fine. But he seems to be one of the less obnoxious ones. I'll say that. Do I think he's a fantastic interlocutor? A lot of his arguments seem to be very, very much along that new atheist line. Haven't been terribly impressed by anything he said. I didn't find his comments terribly insightful or interesting. So, generally, when I think about atheists for me, basically atheists counter apologists fall into two or three categories. I mean, you've got the trash-talking ones. You've got the ones that are really sort of erudite and interesting and bring up important and objections that I think are philosophically interesting. And then you've got the ones that are boring. I kind of put Cosmic Skeptic in that same sort of category as just boring. I think he's reasonable in his discourse with most people. He does tend to sometimes strawman, but most of them do. If that if it's just that, I don't have too much difficulty with him. It's just he's just not interesting to me. So I don't pay attention to skeptics that are not interesting. Okay. So anyway, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. The Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What's your position on the philosophy of language? I have none. I haven't done any reading on philosophy of language. When I was doing my philosophy degree, I was mostly interested in the philosophy of science and the philosophy of religion. I really didn't have any interest in philosophy of language at the time, so I never did any reading on it, so I have no opinion on this at all. Sorry, but thank you for the super chat. The Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. He asks, why are you, David Falk, a Christian? Grace. Grace that keeps pulling me back. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of biography here. Okay, let's go into a little bit of personal biography so you kind of get the idea of where I'm from. I grew up in a Christian home, okay, but my church experience was not a good one, okay? Yeah, I mean, I've, kind of, it's really sort of ironic. I've heard all these atheists who basically said they grew up at a good Christian experience growing up and then they fell away. I didn't have a good church experience. Okay? But I think in some ways that sort of pressed me to really examine why am I believing in this stuff. And God would always sort of call me to basically say, okay, here's the answer. Here's the evidence you're looking for. Here's what you need right now. You're destitute. You're abandoned. I'm there. Okay? So, I went through some real crises of faith. So I know what that's like to go through. I've been there. I have tackled these very same issues that the atheists have over and over and over again. The whole, the problem of evil, biblical inconsistencies. I've seen that all. I went through every one of those. Corrupt elders within the church. Oh my gosh. I've seen corrupt elders like you wouldn't believe. Seen the worst of humanity within the church. But I also understand, too, that church is a place for the sick. For the morally sick. We are fallen. All have fallen and all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. But God's greater than that. God's bigger than that. So, as I said, I've seen the worst of humanity and the best of God. Really hard not to be a Christian when you've seen the worst of humanity and the best of God. It resonates. The truth of Christianity resonates because you're not looking at it with rose-colored glasses at that point. You're not looking at it with, say, a fragile faith. when people are battering your faith from all sides, and you still look at the evidence and go, what are you talking about here? You know, that provides that compelling thing. And it didn't help. I mean, it helped too, and in some respects, that all my friends were non-Christians. And when I was growing up and in high school and even into college, all my friends were non-Christians. I don't think I had a single friend who was a Christian growing up. That sort of tells you some things that you would not expect. Like when I was in college, most of my friends were either Baha'i or Muslim. When I was in high school, almost all of them were atheists. I was the only Christian in the group. So, but then you look at them and you see them, what happens to them, their trajectories, their lives. They're miserable. Almost all of them are absolutely miserable. And it's really unfortunate because I really care for them. I really didn't want to see them end this way. I had one friend in high school who was a brilliant computer scientist, who would have been a real brilliant computer scientist. He had a free ride to go to college because he was that good, and destroyed his life. Absolutely destroyed his own life. And it didn't end well for him. Okay. Yeah, Bonbon says, I know many Christians who are also miserable. Yeah, sure, so do I. But again, how many of those have been, living the faith? I mean, I know lots of Christians who are miserable too, because they aren't living the life. It's one thing to claim to be a Christian, another thing to live it. It's really, really difficult to live the faith. Okay? Because to live the faith, you're always having to come to terms with your own sinfulness. Yeah, you're going to find a whole bunch of Christians out there that are, supposedly butter doesn't melt in their mouth. They've got this plastic grin on their face. And they look like zombies. Okay? But they're not living it. They're living a caricature of it. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me that you find those people who are, miserable. But you come down to, when you come to seeing what their faith is made of, it's not, it's pit tissue thin. Yeah. Yeah. That happens. Yeah, Bonbon says, I know some who have lived the life but got cancer or something. Yeah, that happens. That happens. Yeah. But then it's going to come down to this. If you get cancer, I mean, look, the Christian life does not protect you from calamity. It doesn't protect you from sickness. It doesn't protect you from disaster. It doesn't protect you from people doing bad things to you. I mean, I know that one firsthand. People will do all sorts of nasty things to you. And being a Christian is no protection from any of that. Yeah. In fact, you're a big target for this sort of stuff. Okay? So, yeah, Thomas Perez says, Christ promises hardship. Yeah. That's the one thing that you find of the Christian faith is you will have hardship. You will have persecution. But greater is he who lives in me than he who is in the world. And Bonbons asks, well, why do people pray then? To get your mind in alignment with how God thinks. That's the purpose of prayer. is so your thoughts are in alignment with God's thoughts. Okay? You know, the fact is, you don't want no one wants hardship, okay? No one wants hardship. But you're going to go through hardship one way or the other. The fact, though, is that with God, you will get through it. God will get you through hardship. Without God, you're on your own. That's hard. That's really difficult. And most people don't fare well with it.
We're going through it. We all want that. But then we'd be
Bob adds, why doesn't God just create us all grown? Yeah, would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. But then, through tribulation and growth, we develop. We gain character. We get resilient. There's a passage in Paul where he talks about how we are sometimes disciplined for our own good, so we can run the race better. So, the Christian life isn't perfect. It's not perfect. But it's the best game in town. So, the Camel Leopard, I think, sums this up nicely, which is the hardships of this life cannot compare to the glory to come. Absolutely an amen to that. Yeah, you will have hardship. And I think those Christians who go through hardship end up with a stronger faith. And frankly, that was sort of the story of why I still remain a Christian, is because I did go through that hardship. And because I went through that hardship and went through that questioning and went through those trials, my faith is a lot stronger as a result. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I hope that helped. Okay, next super chat here is also from the Vermin Trash Rat for $1. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, though you are not an apologist, this is very true, I'm not an apologist, and I acknowledge thoroughly, I still want to ask, what are your thoughts on the transcendent argument for God's existence? I have no idea what the transcendent argument for God's existence is, because I'm not an apologist. So, unfortunately, I can't comment on this. I'm not familiar with the argument. No, I don't think so. No. That's something else. Okay. All right, so sorry I can't help you on the transcendental argument for God's existence. Not familiar with it. Okay, the next one also from the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. May you explain what is the problem with atheism? I don't think it accounts for certain things very well. It certainly does not account for phenomenology in any way, shape, or form. Okay? Like substance dualism. Yeah, the atheists will trash substance dualism whilst leaving naturalism completely undefined and a nebulous mess. Okay? So I don't think it accounts for certain phenomenology very well at all. The second thing is, it also has a pragmatic problem, which is just sort of, you're without a lot of the support mechanisms that, say, theism and Christianity provides. Knowing, having a moral framework, relationship with the divine. So it's those things that sort of, in my thinking, make atheism a less than desirable position. So, as I said, I had friends growing up. Most of my friends were atheists. I don't have a huge problem with them as people. Some of them, of course, have been better to me than others. But, so, Anyway, that's basically what I think is the main problems with atheism, is that phenomenological problem and its pragmatic issues. All right? So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Oh, and the other thing too, lost. They're lost in their sins, just like any unbeliever. So, that's going to have some impact and problems too. What do you do with your guilt? That's a huge problem. We're sinful. We're all inherently sinful. Without that forgiveness of sins, we're just carrying that around with us. So, that's going to be a problem too. So, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, the next one here. Vermin Trash Rat for $1. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Falk, out of all the logical fallacies, which one, in your opinion, is the most interesting to you particularly? Ooh, there's so many that are really interesting. I'm not going to give away the spoilers here, okay? But there's one that we're going to talk about in the next couple weeks that's related to the dictionary fallacy. Okay? It's not the dictionary fallacy, but it's one related to it. And that I find really interesting. But I don't want to give the spoilers away on that one. Okay? So you'll have to wait for the answer to this. But it'll be coming soon. Okay? Coming soon. Okay? So anyway, thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next one from Thomas Perez for $9.99. Thank you for that super chat. Good evening, Dr. Falk. Did you see Dr. Bowen, Dr. Kip, and Myth Vision's response to Dr. Gavin Ortland's video on slavery in the Bible? If so, what are your thoughts? Okay. I saw pieces of that, and I also saw Ortland's response. And I do have some variety of thoughts on this, okay? First of all, I think that Bowen and Kip's response to Gavin was disingenuous and juvenile. I mean, they're laughing at him. They're calling him a clown. He's no clown. He's no clown. He has his PhD in New Testament, historical theology. He's highly respected in the field. He's not a clown. Okay. I think their responses to him were basically a lot of straw manning, a lot of insults. I even saw a secundum quid fallacy where they take one of his quotes about slavery not being as atrocious out of its context and using it in an absolute way. So I thought that was a very dirty trick. They also kept sort of treating Ortland's comments as though it was being directed to them personally, when really his responses were to another channel entirely and are contextualized to another channel. Okay? Context is everything. Okay, if you take half a conversation, you can twist that however you want. Yeah, context is everything should be on a mug. Okay, yeah. So I don't think their conversation was this conversation is a serious critique. Okay. They had the most cynical readings of the Bible when they did their critiques, and I don't think that was very that it's not conducive to a conversation here. The other thing is, I think Gavin was really too generous with them. Okay? Really too generous. I got the sense that Gavin kept confusing their theatrics for distress at not being listened to. This is something that's been an ongoing thing in their community. This is not the first time they've done this to someone. They did this to Michael Brown too. Okay? And I have noticed that when they do this engagement with a Christian academic, okay, they have this sort of playbook, okay? And the playbook roughly falls into 4 stages. The first stage is the gang up, okay? They basically get, and none of these guys can engage a Christian academic on their own. So they gather the posse, okay? Usually Kip, it's Bowen, it's Derek from Myth Vision, and then it's sometimes one other, but they'll gather a posse, okay? And this will be the shot across the bow, okay? So it's they first gave you the gang up technique. Basically, you got one guy going, "Well, I don't agree with him," and the other guy going, "Oh well, you shouldn't. It's a consensus." And it's this sort of echo chamber back and forth where they're basically straw manning the arguments, distorting the arguments to basically bolster their own credibility and all this. But that's their first step. They're right now in step 2 of the playbook, which is the let's be friends step, where Bowen will reach out to Gavin and go, well, let's have this private conversation where I will tell you my sob story, my life story, and how everything went against me in life, and it's meant to invoke sympathy. Oh, and how do I know this? Because I've been through all 4 steps. All right. So yeah, we did. I did the private call with Bowen. I know what to expect. I've seen this all happen before. And that's basically how it goes. If what they try to do is they try to befriend you, so on the surface they're going to say, "Oh yeah, let's all keep being friendly," and then they're going to talk smack behind your back. They'll be totally smack behind their back, hopefully where you don't see it. Okay, so that's step 2 of the playbook. Now, if you give any sign that you're not going to be fooled by this, then they follow up with another gang up. There's a second gang up that's going to come. And they'll probably throw in some guy like McClellan in there too. He's usually the guy they bring in on the second gang up. So that's part 3 of the playbook. And then finally, if that still doesn't work to drive you out of the space, because that's really what the goal is here, is to get you off of YouTube. Make it so uncomfortable for you that you don't want to hang around. Then they'll start ad hominem you, slandering you, and vilifying you. And they'll go into your history. They'll watch 200 hours of your live streams looking for dirt. They'll go into your private backgrounds, your private life. They will dig up everything. Yeah. And then when they can't find anything, they'll make it up. Okay? So, that's the playbook. Right now, Gavin and the posse here are on step 2 of the playbook, where they're still are sort of doing that faux friend. Let's just be friends, if we can be personal friends, we can get rid of all the animosity, and they'll just go back to doing what they do. It's a way of pacifying you. So, yeah, there's going to be that playbook that's in motion here, and they can come off very genuine when they want to appear genuine, and I fear that Gavin is extending too much generosity towards them without knowing their history. Yeah, Gavin hasn't done his research on these guys, and he should do this. He should do this. I know Edmund Anderson has issued a warning to him. I don't know if he'll buy it, but he really should pay attention to this. He has been adequately warned, but will he listen? That's going to be the $1 million question here. Yeah. Or will he be? Yes, my producer says, or will he be Balaam on his donkey? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I see
Yeah.
if you
Mm-hmm.
some people
Yeah. So, anyway, that's my response. That's my thoughts on the response to Ortland and Ortland's reply to them. But this is not over by any stretch of the imagination. This is just the beginning. All right. Next super chat here is from Andrew Tinsley for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Why did Tutankhamun's widow write to the Hittites and ask them to send her a prince to marry? Okay, great question. The reason why is because her marital options were not great. She could have married one of the courtiers and was unfortunately forced to. Now, her options here was I, who was the vizier. He's a dirty old man. He's a conniving SOB. He's already in his 70s and 80s at the time. So he's in, he's not a great prospect. Or you got Horemheb. Horemheb's a general. He's a brute. Okay? That was her options. Okay? That was her options. So she didn't like the choice. She didn't like either man. So she wanted a third option here. So that's why she wrote to Suppiluliuma I to have a prince sent to marry her to become king. So Alexis says terrible options. Yeah. Horrible options. Horrible options. Bonbon says, why not Horemheb? Because he wasn't a royal. Yeah, why not Horemheb? He wasn't royal. He was a I say this, just a normal Egyptian. He was a member of the military. He had no royal blood. He was outside the whole royal court. He had no royal manners. He was a thug. He was law and order kind of thug, but he was still a thug. Okay? So, yeah, neither of these appealed to her. So, she decided to try another alternative. She was a princess. She was a member of the royal line. And she wanted someone who matched her status. It wasn't I. All right. Anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I hope that helps. Okay, the next one here is from Andrew Tinsley for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, would you please make a video at some point on Elephantine and what it tells us about Israelite religion? It doesn't tell us a huge amount about Israelite religion, and we might do an Elephantine video someday. They were still, those who settled Elephantine were people who fled from Nebuchadnezzar after the assassination of Gedaliah. Okay? Now, once they were at Elephantine, they did build a temple. There's a small piece of it that still remains there. Very interesting, fascinating. They spoke mostly Aramaic. They also fell very quickly into idolatry. Okay? They were burning incense to Mut and Balat. They syncretized quickly. They were basically warned by Jeremiah. You go back to Egypt, you'll fall back right into idolatry, and that's exactly what happened. We do find that from the Elephantine papyri, is the Israelites that went there just, collapsed almost immediately back into idol worship, the practices of the Egyptians, and even though they were still had some Yahweh worship, they syncretized that with other gods of the region. So yeah, it was not a good move on their behalf. Okay, but sometime at some point we might do a video on them. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, now we got a member chat here from Darkblade. Thank you for the question. He goes, I'm planning a series on my channel where my viewers and I try to learn Japanese by reading parts of the Bible in it and English. Any advice? Yeah, I actually have some advice here. I don't think this is a great way to learn Japanese. Okay. Now, here's the problem. It's a problem not just in Japanese, but those who try to learn a language using translations of the Bible, which is those translators, and this is true of, say, even Japanese translations of the Bible, they tend to use archaic language. For example, I believe in, say, in the latest sort of translations of the Bible in Japanese, most of those are using a kind of Japanese that's archaic to the 1930s. Okay. So it's not a great way to learn a language, a modern language. I mean, this would be kind of like learning language from the King James version of the Bible. It's if you want something to compare it to. Modern Japanese is very colloquial, and it's not like, say, post-World War II Japanese. Not in any way. So I don't think it would be a fantastic way to learn Japanese. Yeah, it is a bummer about archaic translations, Mama. Definitely. So I wouldn't recommend this approach to learning Japanese. If you want to learn how to read the Bible in Japanese, that's a whole different matter. But if you're doing this to learn Japanese, you might find that's problematic. You'll have to get older dictionaries, and unfortunately, there's still a lot of those around. Modern Japanese dictionaries are expensive and hard to get. But like Nelson Publishers will publish a lot of, say, obsolete dictionaries, so those dictionaries are unfortunately easy to get. But I wouldn't say that it's a great way to learn Japanese. All right? That's just my 2 cents there. All right? Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Courtney Thompson for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, are there any extant execration texts related to Israel or Jerusalem? Dates, if known. Also, a brief show on execration texts would be good in the future. Okay. The execration texts are fascinating. Let's explain what an execration text is. Okay. A execration text is a type of curse. It's a type of curse. You write a curse on a clay figurine or a jar, and then you smash it to effect the curse. It's a kind of ritual magic. Okay? And it often has names of people on it, place names, etc. So the execration texts have been very, very useful for talking about points of geography, because it doesn't mention place names. Now, the downside of execration text is its publication history. Okay? That's the downside. Nobody has compiled execration texts into a set of volumes, which is super unfortunate. Part of it is that the execration texts we find them all over the place. We find them from both the Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, particularly Middle Kingdom, and to some extent into the New Kingdom. And because they're so widespread in geography and in history, nobody has sort of collected them into a single source. So this is not like the Ramesside inscriptions. You want to look up on Ramesside inscriptions, you go to Kitchen's Ramesside inscriptions, and it's almost all there. Can't do that with the Execration text, unfortunately. So the Execration texts are going to be difficult to find good sources on them. But with that said, there are some that are extant and are pretty well published. We don't have any that we have several that talk about places in Israel. Okay? Hatzor is mentioned in the Execration texts. Jerusalem is mentioned in the Execration texts, and those ones date to the Middle Kingdom. Okay, when it was still a Jebusite, Jerusalem was still a Jebusite city. Okay, so they do mention certain locations in Israel. So we do have some indication, but it doesn't mention, say, Israel as a whole. So we don't find any Execration texts on that. But specific cities in Israel, yes, definitely. And Jerusalem is one of them. So, and most of those will date to the Middle Kingdom. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for Super Chat. I would love it if some bright graduate student someday decides to compile and translate all the Execration texts in, basically a 4 or 5 volume set. That'd be wonderful. Absolutely fantastic. But no one's done that work yet. I wish they would. Well, anyway, thank you very much for the Super Chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. That's weird for $4.99. Does Genesis 3:17 conflict with an evolutionary view of the Earth's history? Let's pull up the Bible. Let's find out. Genesis 3:17. Okay. The text says, and then to Adam, this is God saying, because you have listened to the voice of your wife and have eaten from the tree about which I command you, saying, you shall not eat from it. Cursed is the ground because of you. In toil you shall eat of it all the days of your life. Okay. There's nothing there that prima facie conflicts with the evolutionary view of history. But there's also nothing there that supports it either. So it's like, okay, so it's neither here nor there. The whole idea of this idea that the ground is cursed is one of basically that say, you're Adam, you're going to have to do agriculture now. You're going to have to farm. You're going to have to work for a living. And because you have to work for a living, now the earth's going to fight you as you work for a living. This is what would be called circumstantial evil. The earth's not going to be all that helpful for you as it might have been before. Your labors are not going to be blessed. So now you got to work extra hard to feed yourself. So I don't think this plays into an evolutionary view one way or the other. It's more of an anthropological way of impact more than an evolutionary one. But and what I mean here by anthropology is, say, Christian anthropology, not say secular anthropology. Okay, so I don't think it makes any statement to this one way or the other, honestly. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciate it. I like that. Alexis says, Adam would have fainted if he saw an irrigation system. Probably. Could be. Yeah, I think irrigation would have been a shocker to him. Okay, let's get back. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. Yes. What is progressive creationism? Okay. It's the idea that progressive creationism is the idea that there were 6 days of creation. But let's say, for example, I think it works best when we compare it to, say, other forms of creationism. Okay, let's say you take young Earth creationism, okay, where you have 6 literal days of creation, and God is creating life in those 6 days, 6 literal 24-hour periods. Okay, and then you have old Earth creationism. The idea you have 6 long ages, 6 long ages, and God creates a burst of life at the beginning of those ages. Okay? Progressive creation is kind of in between the two. It's the idea of an indeterminate long ages, but God is creating progressively throughout each age. So it's not limited to the beginning of the age, and it's not limited to that 24-hour period like you find in young Earth creation, but it's sort of stretching it out. And it is an act of creation. So there's that idea of, say, ex nihilo creation, like you do find in both young Earth creation and old Earth creationism. But it is one of those things where it's sort of stretched out over time. And how old that is going to depend on which version of progressive creationism you're talking about. But it could be billions of years. It could be millions of years. It doesn't matter. The whole point of it is that it's sort of paced out, as opposed to being one creative act at the beginning of, say, the period of creation. Okay, so that's progressive creationism in a nutshell. Okay, next one here. AT Ministries again for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. How do henotheism and monolatry differ? Okay, great question. Henotheism is a kind of monolatry. So it's like this. All henotheism is monolatry. Not all monolatry is henotheism. Okay? Henotheism is the idea that there are many gods. You've got a pantheon of potentially co-equal gods, but you owe your allegiance to just one of them. So, all henotheism is monolatry. Monolatry is that you owe your worship to one god or one figure. Now, the thing with monolatry is monotheism is monolatrous. Okay? Pantheism can be monolatrous. Atheism is a perfect example of this. Atheism is a pantheism that was also monolatrous. Now, once you sort of get into, say, polytheism, once you get into big polytheism with monolatry, it sort of becomes then henotheism. Okay? But henotheism is the idea that there's many gods running around. You owe your allegiance to one of them. But monolatry is not as a form of a practice. Okay? And here's another way to describe it too. Henotheism is a theology. Monolatry is a practice. So henotheism is what people believe. Monolatry is what people do. So I hope that sort of straightens things out then. We'll take that question there, that follow-up question. The Kamalapard says, what's the difference between monolatry and monarchical monotheism? Okay. Again, monolatry is a practice. Monarchical monotheism is a sort of a theological, basically an identity of what divinity is. Now, monarchical monotheism is where you've got one god and its opposite is generally called monolithic monotheism. Okay? Like, for example, Islam is often typified as a monolithic monotheism. You got one god, you got humans, and you got nothing in between. No angels. Now, there is in Islam jinn and that sort of thing, but strictly speaking, there's a lot of Muslims that are monolithic monotheists. So basically, there's God, there's mankind, and there's nothing in between. No angels, no lesser deities, no spirits, nothing like that. Okay? That's monolithic monotheism. Monarchical monotheism is the idea you've got God, you've got man, and you've got a bunch of spirit critters in between. Okay, you got angels, you got demons, you got principalities, you got powers, you got shades, you got specters, you got all sorts of critters, spiritual critters running around. Okay, so that's monarchical monotheism, and monarchical monotheism is a kind of monolatry, in that the idea is that you owe your worship to that top god. So it's a kind of monolatry. But monolatry is not exclusive to monarchical monotheism. Monarchical monotheism is one kind of monolatry, but it's not the only kind of monolatry. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the follow-up question. We appreciate it. Mom says, I want a Spirit Critters t-shirt so bad. With a really weird looking angel. We'll keep that in mind. I don't think they have a problem with it. My producer says she doesn't know how how angels feel about being called spirit critters. I think they got bigger things to worry about than that. Okay. Okay, so that covers the difference between henotheism and monolatry. So thank you very much, Super Chat. Okay, 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the Super Chat. What are the alcohol contents of Egyptian wine and beer? Okay. Egyptian beer was pretty weak. Unless it was fortified with dates. Which did happen sometimes. They did do this sometimes. They could fortify wine and beer with dates to pump up the ABV. But generally, Egyptian beer was between 1 and 3% ABV. So it was very, very weak stuff. In fact, I'm thinking about doing another batch of it again. Refine my recipe a bit. Wine, typically you're talking about 12% is not unheard of for Egyptian wine. So that's typically in the range of it. Unless they bump up the sugar content with dates, it usually hung around that 12%. We do have some instances of them doing that, though. And in that case, it is possible theoretically. Didn't say this happened, I'm not saying this happens often, okay? But they could possibly get that up to 17 or 18% if they pump the sugar levels high enough with dates. So, I hope that helped. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for $1.99. Were Magi really always drunk? We find this in the prophetic texts of the Middle Kingdom, where the Magi are often characterized as being drunk at the gates. Okay? Look, Egypt was hot. Egypt was miserable. Being a Magi could be really a boring job. It was not unheard of for Magi to spend their days sitting under a palm tree, drinking beer or wine. Okay? That's the Magi's job. But I mean, their jobs were basically to keep civil order. You know, basically make sure peasants didn't get out of line. You know, nobody stealing Pharaoh's tools. And, you know, Alexis, drunkenness helped with the boredom. Yeah. So being a Magi could be a very boring job, especially if you were in an outpost somewhere. I mean, if you were in an outpost like a Tjar Fortress out on the Sinai, there's nothing to do. There's nothing at all to do. So yeah, unfortunately, public drunkenness was an issue for Magi, just because, again, they didn't have a lot of things to do. I mean, they weren't farmers. They didn't till the land. They're community leaders, they're policemen, they're organizers, they're watchmen. A lot of them were just guards, watchmen. So, that's what they would do. Okay, so thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for 499. Thoughts on Amraphel coming from the later rendition of Hammurabi's name? Hammurabi Eli. Hammurabi is my god. Amraphel. It's possible. It's possible. Definitely would be Amurapi though, as opposed to just Hammurabi straight. But that round H would often say transliterate into a ion. We do his name now. Oh, I can't remember his name. He records this. Unagard talks about this. Okay, so yeah, I can see this happening. I can see this being a potential transliteration. Okay, next one here. AT Ministries for 199. Thank you very much, Super Chat. What's 2 Corinthians 3, 17, 18 mean by the Lord is the Spirit? Okay, let's bring up our Bible here. 2 Corinthians 3, and we're actually going to start at verse 16. Actually, start at 15. Okay. But to this day, whenever Moses is read, a veil lies over their hearts. But whenever a man turns to the Lord, the veil is taken away. Now the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. But we all, with unveiled face, beholding as is the mirror of the glory of the Lord, are being transformed into the same image from glory to glory, just as the Lord, the Spirit. Okay. Now, this is a reference to the veil of Moses. Okay? And without that sort of context here, it's hard to really sort of spell out what the Lord, the Spirit is. So, when Moses comes from the mountain, he's got a veil over his face to hide the glory. Glory is shining on his face, and it was feared that he would scare everyone by, having such direct contact with God that, they'd whip up the face and people would freak out at how he looked. Okay? So, that's the image here that's being conjured by Paul. That Moses is there's a veil here that hides the glory. And that those who read Moses and the law were also having that glory concealed over their hearts. But God is a spirit. And we get to verse 17. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. The idea is, with the new covenant, with Christ, being that the Lord here is that reference to Yahweh. Yahweh is the Spirit. And we are meant to live in that glory. From glory to glory. So, what it means here is that this is more than just something that's going to be hidden. This is revealed now. The Lord is Spirit, and that's really pretty straightforward, is that Yahweh is a spirit, and the Spirit of the Lord, where He is, there is liberty. So this is just what's being meant here is that we are no longer reading these texts with a veil. We see the glory. Because we see the glory, we're living the glory. It's transforming us into that image of that glory as we move from glory to glory. Okay? So, that's what's meant here. I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here is from AT Ministries. $4.99. Why are miracles distinguished from healings, and the rest in 1 Corinthians 12:28? Okay. 1 Corinthians 12:28. Okay. And the text says here, and God has appointed to the church first apostles, second prophets, third teachers, then miracles, then gifts of healing, helps, administrations, various kinds of tongues. Okay. Now, why are miracles separated from healings? Well, not all miracles are healings, and not all healings are miracles. Okay. These are gifts. And in the case of, say, healings, there's some healings that are not, say, miracles. Some are basically kinds of wisdom. One of the things we find in the early church, and this was, I can't remember the name of the author that was chronicled this, was that a lot of Christians, early Christians, were involved in healing ministries. And not just healing ministries. Like there was I think it was the 4th century, there was a plague that hit Rome. Really, really bad plague. And all the Romans picked up and left. Christians stayed to tend the sick. Basically, be by their bedside, feed them, nurse them, take out the bodies if they didn't make it. So a lot of healing ministry was not this sort of supernatural, you are healed. No, not that kind of healing. But basically, God prompting him, okay, now's the time to change the compress. Now's the time to give him water. This is, these are not necessarily miracles, but they are part of the spiritual gifts. Just like those who are teaching, you're saying, well, when you're inspired by the Holy Spirit as a teacher, you've got the good sense to know, okay, this is where you do an illustration. This is the time you bring up a fact. Not necessarily miraculous, still a gift, still a good sense, good timing of what to do. Same with healings. So not every healing is a miracle, and not every miracle is a healing. There are some miracles that aren't healing. Oh yeah. Many people who were helped during the plague definitely thought it was miraculous. Because no one else around to help, if nothing else. So that's why it's distinguished. Because there are miracles that happen that, that have been recorded in church history that had nothing to do with healings. But Harry Starks is like food multiplication. Oh yeah, that's one like the feeding of the 4,000, the 5,000. That's a miracle. Had nothing to do with, say, healing. So that's why they're separated, because they're different sort of classes of things. Jack Ray, accounting the gift of the books. Yeah. They are gifts of administration. Definitely. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and hope that helps. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Difference between, I think you mean Aten and Atum. Okay, completely different gods in ancient Egypt. Okay? The spelling here should be Aten, and in the second case, Atum. But in Egyptian, they would have been spelled completely different. In Egyptian, it would have been ITN versus TM. So, Itan versus Tum. Okay? Now, what is this? What are these gods? The Aten is the sun disk. This was the pantheistic god that was worshipped by Akhenaten during the Amarna period. It was a pantheism. It believed everything was the manifestation of the sun disk, the Aten. Even other gods were just manifestations of Aten. So that's typically what Atenism is. Atum, or Tum, is a much older deity. He dates back to the 3rd dynasty in the Old Kingdom. His cult center was at Heliopolis. He's basically a creation deity. And he was often paired up with Re. So you'll often see the term Atum Re. So that's the difference. The one is a solar deity. The other one is first one is a sun god. Aten is a sun god. Atum is a creation deity. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What do vampire cults even do or believe? Very interesting subject. Okay. Where do we begin here? Well, let's run over what they sort of believe. First of all, they believe in what's called living vampires. Okay? Almost all vampire cults agree on sort of these items. They believe in living vampires. Now, a living vampire is somebody who's not a walking corpse, but a living person who needs to feed off of human energy. So, whether or not they believe that that's an incarnated, there's no say consensus as to what is a living vampire, but they all agree on the existence of living vampires, that there are these people who are supernaturally become vampires, whether that's a spirit that they are incarnated into, being as a vampire, or whether that's the idea that they're coming into their consciousness as a vampire. There's no agreement as to what a living vampire is, but they all think there's such a thing as living vampires. Okay? The second thing is they all believe in a kind of magic. Ceremony magic. They all believe in a magic system of some kind. The third, they are conditionally exclusive. Let me define what that means. They believe that you can be a vampire and part of their vampire cult. A Christian and part of their vampire cult. Or a Buddhist and part of their vampire cult. Or a Hindu and part of their vampire cult. But being a member of more than one vampire cult is discouraged. Okay? So, if you decide to join a vampire cult, you have to join that one vampire cult. You can't be part of more than one. Okay? So, it's conditionally exclusive in that respect. You could be more than part of one religion in a vampire cult, but you can't be more than part of one vampire cult. That's because there's rivalries between them. They also tend to be pessimistic towards humanity. They don't think humans are inherently good. Okay? They don't believe it. They don't believe that. They don't believe in. They're not, say, they don't believe in the inherent goodness of humanity. The next thing is they all tend to have a strict moral code. Sometimes they call this the Black Veil or the Rules of 13, but there's limits to their behavior that they have codified into a moral code.
In New York.
There's a lot of lawyers in the New York Coven, yes. The other thing is that even though they have a sort of this code of nonviolence, they also tend to believe that humanity is prey. They call this predatory spirituality. Okay? And even though not all the cults name it that, they all have this belief. The idea that being a vampire means you are the predator, humans are the prey. even though you are never supposed to hurt a human being. But you are supposed to feed on their energy. The other thing, the final thing that sort of is across the board with the vampires cults is they tend to all say, they all endorse psychic vampirism. The idea that you draw energy off of humans by psychic means, not by necessarily drinking blood. Well, some of these groups will view, say, the drinking of blood as, say, unwholesome or distasteful. They recognize that the practice happens. So they also have rules on how to do it. So it's not, drinking of blood is not necessarily encouraged, but it is structured. So they will often say, okay, yeah, you join our group. We're mostly psychic vampires. We would prefer you didn't drink blood. But if you decide to drink blood, this is how you should do it. So there's generally rules on how to drink blood should you do that distasteful practice. Yeah, vegan vampires, definitely. Okay? So that's what vampire cults believe. That's sort of their faith structure. Okay? So yeah, it can take a while to sort of wrap your head around it all, but it's a fascinating set of religious beliefs. Okay, so hope that explains it. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Is the Great Sphinx basically a cherub? No, it's not. We'll get into what it is in a moment. What role did cherubs and seraphs have in the ancient Near East Egyptian religion? How did it compare to ancient Israelite religion? Okay, my book covers this in great detail. Okay, but to put this in a nutshell, sphinxes are not cherubim. They're basically the symbol of royal power. That's what a sphinx is. It's a symbol of royal power. So they're not cherubim. They're not protective beings. They're beings of power and authority. So they're different. Cherubs are typically in ancient Near Eastern and particularly Egyptian religion, especially in the Bronze Age, are basically shown as goddesses. They're goddesses that typically have two wings that stretch over sacred space. They're protectors of sacred space. Seraphs, on the other hand, are cobras that basically spit out fire to keep impurity out. So both the analogs of cherubim and seraphim are doing a protective function of sacred space, and it's always in relation to sacred space. Sphinxes have no relation to sacred space. They're just sort of the henchmen of the king. Okay? So that's the purpose of a sphinx, is to be the spirit, the mythological power of the king to defeat his enemies. So that's sort of how they relate. It does compare fairly reasonably to ancient Israelite religion, especially of, say, the Bronze Age. Later on in the Iron Age, you're going to get some differences as Israelite religion starts to intersect with Mesopotamian religion. Once you start getting that intersection with Mesopotamian literature, a lot of the iconography and the symbolism changes at that point. Okay? So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministers for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. If scholars say it's possible for Moses to have written in alphabetic script, which one would it have been? Phoenician? Probably not Phoenician. Probably more along the lines of what we would find in, say, the the early alphabetic inscriptions down in Sinai. We do understand that there were texts in Sinai that extend from between the Middle Kingdom up until at least the point of the Ramessides. So we do find that there was some use of, like, the Wadi al-Ho inscription was definitely an alphabetic script found in Egypt. So there were basically scripts that we do find in Egypt and the Sinai that were written by people. And it's not Phoenician, but it's closely related to Phoenician in its graphemics, in how it looks, but it's not quite the same. So that's how I would basically describe it. But that would have been the closest what we would find is probably what we find in the Sinai inscriptions. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Hope that helps. AT Ministries for $4.99. What are all the heretical things Wyatt said, and where can I see and read them? Okay. I don't know all the heretical things he said. I know 2. Okay? As far as I'm concerned, that's enough. And you can see them on the recordings of that I did on the where I popcorn reviewed his Ark of the Covenant discovery. Now, the first thing is where he claims to have done, say, genetic testing on the dried blood he found. Okay? Where he claims that the blood had 24 chromosomes. 24? Yeah, 24. 23 regular chromosomes and an Y chromosome. Okay? This is half the chromosomes needed to be a regular human being. So he's not fully man. We know from the teachings of the Bible and the historic Christian faith that Christ was fully God and fully man. He can't be a half man. Hebrews tells us that Christ was like his brothers in every way. So he's fully human. Basically, a haploid organism would be a genetic monstrosity. Yeah, it would wouldn't be pretty. It would not be pretty. Now, Wyatt never had that sample genetically testing. I mean, first of all, he contaminated that sample with his own DNA. The second thing was it wasn't really tested in a lab that could do genetic testing. He basically had his friend Richard Reeves do the testing. And Reeves, if basically Reeves used a microscope. He used a powerful microscope to do this, quote, testing. Well, that microscope wasn't strong enough to see, chromosomes anyway, so it's just like, yeah, it's BS all along the line. So yeah, there was no way this was actually done by any responsible laboratory. By the way, Reeves ended up, for those who are interested, Reeves ended up becoming president of the Wyatt Archaeological Museum. So there's more than a little conflict of interest there. Reeves was his good friend. Okay? So a friend doing the testing was not really a unbiased source. Okay. So you have that first thing where he's claiming that Christ is not fully human. That's bad. That's bad all by itself. The second part of it that was really bad was when he does his gospel message, where he basically says that you need to follow the 10 Commandments to be saved. Salvation is by grace through faith, not of works, lest you boast. Ephesians chapter 2. Okay? We are to follow the law as a sign that we love Christ. But following the law doesn't save us. And the New Testament never teaches this. Okay? So basically what Wyatt has advocated for is a kind of legalism, works-based salvation. And I mean, that's bad. Basically, I mean, you see it on the video, and Wyatt is saying, yeah, all you need to do to be saved is just follow 10 simple laws to be signed and sealed under the covenant and be saved. I'm going, what the heck? Yeah, the Camilla part. When Wyatt returns as the third Elijah, all his critics will pay. Well, you get that from them. You really get that sort of response from them. You know, I mean, I get this all the time where they're. Oh, yeah. Wyatt claims that angels talked to him, that God talked to him, that he was a prophet. It's commissioned by God to usher in the end days prophecies. I mean, it's bizarre. It's a cult. Yeah. Yeah. It's a heretical cult. Alexis says, to heck with even believing in Jesus at that point. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. Oh, and don't question Ron Wyatt. Yeah. Questioning Ron Wyatt is a one-way ticket to hell. Darkblade says, Ron Wyatt is the second coming of Judas Iscariot. That might be a little closer, yes. Ooh. Yeah, as my producer points out, it's a clear case that people don't know their Bibles. They don't know their Bibles. They get sucked into this stuff because they don't understand the Word of God. You know, this is a guy that contradicted the Bible left, right, and center, and just got away with it. He got away with it because nobody was willing to push back. It was terrible. Well, yeah, my producer heard it preached from the pulpit. I heard it preached from the pulpit. We saw it on Christian television. It was everywhere at one time. Come on, why do I need the Bible when I have Ron? Could be. Could be. But that does seem to be the attitude. It's like, okay. Oh, and the writers think, hey, the only reason you'd have to contradict to criticize Ron Wyatt was you're an atheist. You have to be an atheist. You have to be a Christ-hating atheist to contradict Ron Wyatt. Yeah, it's really bizarre, but yeah, that is the attitude, is that you are contradicting the prophet of God here. And wow. AGCC 1994 speedruns White as a discount Mohammed. Very discount. Ooh. But so it's in respect, it's the same sort of theology. Submit. Islam. Obey. Obey the law. Very, very similar in some ways. Yeah. And my producer points out that, the law is a teaching tool. It's to point you to grace. To show you can't keep the law. Yes, we try to keep the law, to love our neighbor as ourselves, to love the Lord. But it's an act of love. It doesn't get you saved. Grace gets you saved. Yeah, it's just really... But that's sort of what we're dealing with here is... And... I mean, the guy has lies that are just so transparent. He defrauded people tens of thousands of dollars. He lied left and center. And Christians gave him a free pass. It's just ridiculous. Okay. No, I'm not going to go on those with 10 minutes here. We'll get back on track here. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, Egyptian soldiers were promoted based on equipment, not experience or achievements. To some extent, okay? Egyptian soldiers were put into a particular class based upon their equipment, okay? So your poorest soldiers were your archers. They were at the bottom of the rung, because you could just make that stuff yourself. Infantry was the next step up. But if you want to be an officer, you had to be a charioteer. That's sort of your ceiling for the equipment. If you could afford a nice chariot and some javelins and spears, yeah, you were set. You were now eligible to be an officer. Okay, so if you want those to ascend the ranks of the Egyptian military, you had to be a charioteer. There was no exception to this. Even amongst the foot soldiers, if you wanted to be, there was a limit to only, like if you were in infantry, you could only be an officer of 250. That's the maximum you could climb as an infantryman. It's kind of like, in most militaries have this, for example. Like I know in the Canadian military, if you wanted to be, a chaplain, you could only make it to the rank of, colonel. If you wanted to be go into the tank corps, the highest you could ascend was, I think, a major. If you were in the infantry in the Canadian military, you could go all the way to the top, to the general staff. Okay, so every military has this, where certain corps have their limits to how high you can ascend. In the Egyptian army, archers could not ascend to a officer rank. Your infantry, the most you could basically was, as I said, ahead of, I think it's 250 was the top you could ascend to. But if you wanted to be a general or lead an army, you had to be a charioteer. So equipment wasn't the entirety of it, of what determined rank. But if you didn't have the equipment, you couldn't be eligible for the proper division that would allow you to ascend to the top. So anyway, I hope that explained it. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah, Ray, I guess Egyptian archers couldn't aim high. Nope. So bad. So funny, but so bad. Okay, AT Ministries. Again, for $4.99. Were synagogues understood to be Jewish houses of worship prior to the destruction of the Second Temple? Yes, they were. Now, the whole synagogue movement begins with the Babylonian exile. During the Babylonian exile, you had a whole bunch of Judahites, basically the upper crust of the Judahites. So think of this way. They didn't bring the exile the poor and the impoverished and the dirt farmers. They picked the best 10% of the population, and they relocated them to Babylon. Okay? In Babylon, people started to live their lives again. They built houses, married, had children, but they were still going to try to be faithful to their God. So they couldn't worship as they had in the past because they didn't have access to the temple. And it was destroyed anyway. So they started building these sort of meeting places, synagogue, from the Greek synagogus, to meet, to gather. So the synagogue movement was born out of the Babylonian exile. And when the exiles returned back from Babylon, they brought the synagogues movement with them. So when you get to the 1st and 2nd centuries BC, you had both synagogues, places of local meeting and local worship and local prayer, and you had the temple in Jerusalem. So they were houses of worship. They were definitely houses of worship. They were houses of reading the Word of God. They were houses of study. They were houses of prayer. Not in the same way as, say, the temple in Jerusalem, which was its own different thing. Like, for example, there were some things you couldn't do in a synagogue, like you couldn't do a ritual sacrifice in a synagogue. Those things weren't permitted. Okay? But there were some things that were definitely permitted in the synagogues, and it did provide a local kind of worship that, say, was not available until the synagogue movement. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $4.99. In terms of demonic squatters, always a great subject, what about passages of Satan being god of the air or ruler of this age? 2 Corinthians 4:4 and Ephesians 2:2. Okay. Now, it doesn't call him, for example, like, in those particular cases, like the god of the air. It's god of the vapor, as it were. God of the ephemeral. In some respects, the whole title of god of the air is kind of an insult. Okay? It's kind of an insult. It doesn't denote awesome power. It's kind of a backhanded slap. It's like kind of the whole idea of that, you're just like hot air. Think of it this way. He's the god of hot air. He's making a noise. He's making a noise. But he's really not, doesn't have that full sort of power. Let's bring up our Bible here again. So let's see here. We got 2 Corinthians 4:4. Okay. We'll start verse 3. Even if our gospel is veiled, it is veiled to those who are perishing, in whose case the God of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelieving. Okay, that whole God of this age, God of the zeitgeist. That's another way to put it. The God of the zeitgeist. That's a great way of putting this. The God of the temporary. The God of this world. Okay? So, he's for a moment. He's for a moment. In the case of the Ephesians 2, verse 2. Okay, let's start with verse 1. And you are dead in your trespasses and sins, in which you walked formerly according to the course of this world, allowing, according to the prince of the power of the air, the spirit that is now working in the sons of disobedience. There's that prince of the power of the air, that noisy bellowing. Think of this like he's the prince of the bellows. He's the air blowing on, trying to foment things. He's temporary, he's ephemeral, and he's gonna perish. No, he's not long. He's a defeated enemy. So both of this, like the ruler of this age, is just, again, that just emphasizing that zeitgeist of, this is the age of disobedience, and he's ruling that. But that's going to be, his time's limited. And same with the God of the air. This is the God of who's making a noise, and he's inciting people to make a noise. So So anyway, I hope that helped. But again, it's just sort of the whole idea of these beings as sort of demonic squatters is really sort of goes along with this. That these are basically defunct powers who had no real claims. They had no real claims. They hadn't, I mean, as I said, this is really sort of tongue in cheek. Ruler of this age. Well, we know this age is temporary. God of the air. What's the power of the air? The power to make noise. Flop powers. Yeah, exactly. The loser squatters. Yeah, Alexis has got it right here. The loser squatters, the flop powers. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. 18 Ministries for $1.99 again. Great stream Tuesday. Make sure you all tune in. Absolutely. 4 p.m. Tuesday. We're doing part 3 of our Assassin's Creed Origins live play. It's been fun so far. I do very much enjoy the cultural analysis of what those video game creators have done. I have loved going into those people's houses and just saying, how much is this person worth an Egyptian? Grand Theft Chariot. Well, so far it's been Grand Theft Horse. Someone stole my camel last time. Alexis, thumbs up. I'm loving the gameplay. Well, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Hope you're learning something too. Yeah, I have to admit, I've been having a blast at it as well. So, that's really cool. Okay. Scholar with a Sword for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Yes. What could you tell us about what Tel El-Borg was? Please expand on your contribution to its research on Bronze Age arrows and javelins with war application. Okay. Tel El-Borg was a fortress on the Road of Horus. It's on the north of the Sinai. It's on sort of the crook of an ancient lagoon. It's if you look at, say, the map of the Road of Horus at Karnak Temple, it's a small fortress that was called the Lion's Den. That's what the original Egyptians called it, was the Lion's Den. It was a small fortress, not as big as Migdol or Charu, but it was one of those sort of stations on that road. Okay? Now, my contribution to the research was I did the analysis of the arrows and javelin heads that were found at Tel El-Borg, and we find a fair number of them. Most of them are bronze. We do see some iron ones, but those are later. We do see a lot of what's called the lanceolate arrowheads and javelins, which are an Egyptian style of arrow that could just be sort of slotted into a shaft. These are typically New Kingdom. They're ones that are made specifically for military applications. We did find some arrowheads there that were chert. We did find some chert arrowheads. Very difficult to date a chert arrowhead. It's a lot easier to date a bronze arrowhead. The typology for arrowheads is quite clear. Most of those arrowheads are Ramesside. We do see some early 18th dynasty ones as well. We do find one of the interesting things we find a trifoil there. We found a trifoil iron head that's what's sometimes called a Scythian head. This was a head that was very, very common amongst Romans. Romans used these a lot. So um so what we kind of found here was basically it was a fortress, a mud brick fortress. It had a moat. Um it was a pretty cool fortress, yeah. Pretty cool. Uh it natural channel was, or not, sorry, irrigation channel was being run through the site. So in some respects, this was a rescue archaeology. But interesting, they found a few. We found a few mummies, Cartonnage mummies, a gold bowl, fabulous gold bowl. That was really that was probably the biggest, the most interesting thing that was found there was this gold bowl. Yay, big. It's kind of already crumpled because it's been like buried and compressed. But yeah, it was a solid sheet of gold. Really fascinating. They had some gold earrings which the women were trying on. We don't recommend that. Yeah, gold, definitely a gold bowl. How much cereal could you put in that bowl? It was a decent size. I'd say it was about 10 inches across. 10 inches, I think. So yeah, it was a good size. It was a good size. It was found by a grad student. Found by a grad student who was shoveling sand. He was shoveling sand because that's what you do to grad students, is you give them meaningful tasks like that they aren't going to do much damage. The lowest of the low, and basically you tell them to start shoveling sand. And then he was shoveling it into a wheelbarrow, and then he heard a thud. And that thud happened to be a gold bowl. Yeah, that was that made the students trip. I'll say that. Okay, so that's basically what I can tell you mostly about what happened there. But yeah, it was we find as I say, chert arrowheads, flint arrowheads, a lot of bronze. That's very typical of, say, New Kingdom period. The fort itself does seem to be New Kingdom. It's a New Kingdom fort. Does not seem to go earlier than Amenhotep II, and doesn't seem to go much later than the late period. So it seems to be most of it. It looks like there was some Roman occupation of it temporarily, but it doesn't seem to be something that they maintained after the Ramesside period. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Scholar with a sword for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Is there extra Israelite accounts of the conquest? Not as far as I know. There's no extra Israelite accounts of the conquest, but we wouldn't expect to find any either. Just because who's going to record all that? Essentially, mean their enemies? I don't think so. The only accounts we're going to have of this are the Israelite accounts, and that's probably what best we can expect. So we might get lucky at some point and find a stela, but if we did find a stela, it would probably be a record of an Israelite defeat. And there wouldn't be too many of those, so I wouldn't expect to see more, say, extra Israelite accounts of the conquest. But, we have been surprised. Like, for example, we have found, like, on the Mesha Stela, that's something that was recorded in the Bible that we never expected to see an account of. And yet, there is an account of it. So, Okay, so, next one here is from Angel WVM for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. What are your thoughts on the new Netflix series Testament: The Story of Moses? I haven't watched it. I don't have Netflix, so yeah, we read. Although I have seen Fallout. I have seen Fallout, the Amazon series. Yeah, I haven't heard good things about Testament: The Story of Moses. Um, Alexis, Netflix is not worth the price. Cody says, I was cringing so hard watching it. Yeah. Well, as I said, I haven't heard good things enough to actually do it, but Jack Ray, don't have Netflix either. I have Amazon Prime, but have avoided Fallout and many other shows. And many other shows. I have it for shipping. Yeah. I liked Fallout. Fallout was fun. Okay, so but that's me. I'm a big Fallout geek. Okay. Get back here. Cody says, then the Ten Commandments were upside down. Yeah. I heard some as I said, I heard some bad things about the Testament story of Moses, but I haven't watched it, so I can't really comment on it. But oh, okay. Angel WVM said $5. Thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on Christians that use Ecclesiastes 10:2 as affirmation for their political party in the United States? Okay, let's bring that up. I don't tend to get political on this channel. In fact, I intentionally stay away from it because it doesn't actually do anything one way or the other. But let's just talk about this. Just because it's the text here, Ecclesiastes 10:2 says, a wise man's heart directs him toward the right, but the foolish man's heart directs him towards the left. I think it's a mistake to confuse right and left in this with the political right or left. It's not what the verse is talking about. It's an anachronistic reading. It's eisegesis. Okay? It's eisegesis. And even though I won't take a political side, I will basically say to use this to support, say, one political leaning to the other is to import a meaning into the text that the writer never intended. No, those parties did not exist back then. It was not in the prophet's mind to talk about political leanings here. It's just terrible eisegesis. And frankly, if you have to support your position with bad eisegesis, you shouldn't be dabbling in the Bible. You really need to learn the Bible before you start doing crazy stuff like this. I don't think this is any place in political discourse, and I don't think this is any place in biblical discourse. So, it's just bad all the way around. So, don't do it. Don't do it, kids. Makes you look stupid. We got enough stupid going around. Okay, so I hope that helped. A Juan for $2. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, ever thought of doing academic lectures online? have a YouTube channel. How much work do you want me to do? Come on. I have done academic lectures. I still do occasionally do academic lectures. I typically do them at conferences. I haven't done one in a while, not since COVID. But if my abstracts get approved, I will be doing them again this year. Typically, I don't do them online, just because it's just not worth my time. Doing a academic lecture does take a lot of work. And frankly, if I'm doing a lot of YouTube stuff, I'm essentially doing a lecture online anyway. So it's sort of a redundancy of function. Our Monday videos is really where we do our academic online stuff is. If I do formal papers and if I decide to read them on YouTube, then that's another thing. But generally, that's, again, a redundancy of function. So that's why we typically don't do them. And anything that I do that would be an academic lecture would end up to be something I would end up wanting to publish anyway. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, Asim Weir for $1.99, sponsoring Justin Hall's question. I see it right there. And he asks, I am reading Michael Heiser's book, Unseen Realm. It's a good book. It's a good book. He talks about Genesis 1 to 11 possibly written during the Babylonian exile. What are your thoughts, and does this give credence to the JEPD theory, the documentary hypothesis? Okay. Now, I know Heiser will believe in the documentary hypothesis. I don't. I believe in a supplementary hypothesis. Okay? So for me, I'm going to have a different sort of outlook on this than Heiser's going to. I'm going to take a more continental view of this than basically what you find amongst, say, practitioners of, say, American biblical studies. So I don't see Genesis 1 to 11 as being a something that was primarily written during the Babylonian exile. I don't have a huge problem with those who do, but I don't think it's the best explanation either. I think a lot of what we see in Genesis is basically an amalgamation of a lot of, say, ritual practices that we find not only ubiquitous in the region, but also a lot of them that harken back to Egypt itself. So I tend to take, a supplementary view on this that is pre-exilic, not post-exilic. So I understand Heiser's view on this. I think Heiser's view, his view is not uncommon. A lot of people take his view. The whole idea that that Genesis 1 to 11 is sampling out of things like Enuma Elish, Enki, all that Mesopotamian mythology. And there's a point to that, and I think there are influences in Genesis 1:11 that do help back to that. But I don't think it's the only influence. I think you also have Egyptian influences and local Canaanite influences, and there's other influences that are involved in Genesis 1 to 11 that don't necessarily point to a documentary hypothesis. And in fact, I think at this point, I wouldn't even touch the documentary hypothesis with a 10-foot pole at this point. I don't think the evidence for it is not good. The supposed consensus. The one thing I think about the documentary hypothesis is while American theologians have a consensus that there was a documentary hypothesis, none of them can agree on what that hypothesis actually produces in redacted texts. I think that's a serious problem. Jack Ray says, but would you touch it with an 11-foot pole? No, I wouldn't either. Yeah, so I just don't give credence to the documentary hypothesis. So, you know, while I do respect Heiser's views in many ways, I think he was a great popularizer. I think his Unseen Realm was a good book. I also think there's some problems with his views too. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat, Addison, for sponsoring this question. I hope this helped. Okay, next one here from TA for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. You said population of Egypt during Exodus was 2 million. Yep. How do you measure this, and what is the margin of error? What is the highest possible estimate? Historical demographics is not my field. Okay. But we do have measurements of this from, say, towns like Lahoun, like Thebes, places that have been excavated. We have an idea of what the size of, say, Avaris was, and probably P-Ramses as well. So we know, say, for example, the total sum of the population between P-Ramses and Avaris was no more than 100,000. So, and P-Ramses was the capital. So, given that, most of the places that were in Egypt are not terribly big. They're just not terribly big. The Camel Everett said, Lahoun, that sounds Canadian. It's actually a little town on the Fayoum. It's in that where the Merware, the Great Canal, enters into the Fayoum from the river. So, it's a small it's a Semitic town. It's a Semitic town of all things. But it's Middle Kingdom Semitic town. It's also the site of some pyramids, too, which is kind of cool. But not Canadian. Okay. But the comparative demographics of the site of Egypt basically was no more than 2 million at that time. So I don't think that there's a good case to be made that it was larger than that. Egypt had always had, but this is something that we find with Egypt too, is that a lot of what limited Egypt as far as the size of its population was its ability to produce food. Again, we have to go back to say what is that whole knife edge agriculture thing. Is that whole knife edge agriculture is going to limit greatly what the population is like at the time. So, I can't give you a margin of error on that because I don't know the. I'm not a historical demographer, but that's generally the general the estimates for the population is going to put it between 2 and 3 million. It's not big. It's not a. Egypt did not have a massive population. So, I do think there are times when one of the things I have seen is a lot of people overstate the population of Egypt, especially in ancient times. I think when you hit the Roman period, it's about 10 million. So it's not very. Egypt is not a huge country, and it is really restricted by the amount of food it can produce. So that's going to be your limiter there. I mean, I think if I remember correctly, Lahoun only had about 1,000 people. I mean, it was a major town, and yet it only had 1,000 people. Like for example, the Giza, which in the Old Kingdom was responsible for building the pyramids. Its workers' village was only 10,000. It was small. Deir el Medina only had a couple thousand people. Tiny. I mean, it's tiny in comparison. So it's just we are dealing here with very small populations, at least until the Roman period. Okay, the next one here is from Francis Dobbs. From member question. Thank you for the question. What are your thoughts on Christians becoming politicians? Is it ethical, non-ethical, preferable, unpreferable? I have no problem with Christians becoming politicians. I have, I mean, I'm no fan of, say, Christian nationalism, but I also think too that if a Christian wants to exercise their civic duty and become a politician, I'm okay with that. Totally fine with it. If they want to exercise their civil duty by joining the military, I'm fine with that too. You know, however they want to exercise their civil duty, I think they're fine with that. You know, as long as they represent the best face of Christ going forward, I have no problems with it. Behave while you're in office. Behave while you're out of office too, but hey. Yeah, Dr. Falk for Canadian Prime Minister. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Yeah, it couldn't be worse than the bozo we have at the moment. But I don't think it's preferable or unpreferable. Sometimes it's preferable, sometimes it's not. I don't think it's a question of ethics. I think it's a question of, you know, are you willing to serve? If you're willing to serve your the people who will elect you, I think it's perfectly fine. I have no problems with it. Eric Luca for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Howdy, could you recommend a book for a study of Daniel? I'm looking for something specifically at history and or hermeneutics. Okay. There are several books on Daniel. Let me see if I can recommend a couple here. There was, let's see, one. I would recommend kind of an old book now, a bit long in the tooth, but I'm going to recommend it just because I think it's a very interesting book, which is, let's see, find it here. Notes on the Problems in Book of Daniel by Wiseman, Mitchell, Jose, Martin, and Kitchen. Tyndale Press, 1965. Okay, that's one I would recommend. I don't know what your aptitude is for commentaries, but there's also other commentaries too that I think, you know, could be helpful as well. I haven't read these per se, because I'm not into it, but I have heard some good things about some of these, like Golden Gaze commentary on Daniel, which is a part of the Word Bible commentary set, would be one I would recommend. If you want a more liberal view, and I do sometimes, you know, recommend liberal commentaries, like John J. Collins did a commentary on Daniel as well with the Hermeneus set. Worth looking at, worth reading. Don't take everything he says at face value. Okay. So it's going to depend upon if you're talking about history and hermeneutics. History, you're going to have to go to the more critical commentaries on this. So it might be helpful if you already know a little bit of Hebrew or Aramaic. That could be helpful here. But that's probably who I'd recommend is Golden Gay, Collins, and those notes on Daniel if you want some of the more of, say, the textual issues on there. But I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Womb to the Tomb Apologetics. Do you read hieroglyphs? If so, how hard is it? Yes, I read hieroglyphs. Is it hard? It's a language. You have to learn a language. I mean, if learning languages is hard for you, yes, it's hard. It's not the hardest language I've ever learned. It's not the easiest language I've ever learned. Okay? It's harder than Hebrew and easier than Akkadian, which gives you no information at all. Okay? I find it a lot easier than Akkadian. It's definitely more difficult than Hebrew. So, I hope that helped. Okay, next one here is from Tom Wanchek, member question. He says, Averbeck says Jethro's advising Moses in Exodus 18:17-23 occurred after giving the law in Exodus 19:24, not before. He cites Deuteronomy 1:6-18. Thoughts? Yeah, it is true that it's probably occurred after the giving of the law. Okay? But we're not given the whole Torah in chronological order. Okay? We are sometimes given the events are out of place for didactic purposes, for teaching purposes. So I think it's definitely the case that, if Moses is deciding matters of the law had to have been given already. That almost seems to be a foregone conclusion. And the period between, say, giving of the law and him having to start judging that law, like, for example, it's about a year between, say, the Exodus and the giving of the law. So this is going to, that sort of judging of the law where he starts getting run down because he's having to decide everyone's cases. That's not something that's going to take place immediately. That's something that's going to take place over time, where he's having to adjudicate all these different cases. And then Jethro is going to come up to him and basically say, hey, you're running yourself ragged here. You need to delegate. You need to delegate this to other capable men. So I think Averbeck is right here, that this is something that's not written in sequential order, but it's written in a certain didactic order. Okay? So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, or the member question. I hope that helped. N. Japonis Conrafe for $5. Thank you for the super chat. We're at a bookstore. Choose 3 Bible-related books for me. Not yours. I already have it. Use general viewership interest here as my personal interest. Oh, 3 books? Come on. Let's see. Well, I could give you the 3 I bought most recently. Let's see, there was what did I get most recently here? I'm gonna Old Testament. Old Testament Ethics for the People of God by Christopher Wright. Try that one. Let's see what else here. Benjamin Noonan's non-Semitic loanwords in Hebrew, I think that's what it's called. In the Hebrew Bible. Sorry, non-Semitic loanwords in the Hebrew Bible. That's a pretty good book. Let's see, what else have we got? I'll recommend this one. It's an oldie, but still worthwhile. Context to Scripture, 3 volumes by Hallow and Younger. A great collection of books of Old Testament, or not Old Testament, ancient documents that add to the context of the Bible. Okay? So, that's a broad stuff there, okay? I'm sorry, Context of Scripture, I think, is now 4 volumes, okay? Bible Exegete, no Kenneth Kitchen? Well, you can call do Kenneth Kitchen if you want, I have no problem with that. On the reliability of the Old Testament is a classic. Okay? What was the last one called again? Context of Scripture. It's 4 volumes. It was done by William Hallow and Lawson Younger. Now, in reality, it was really done by Lawson Younger, K. Lawson Younger. Hallow didn't really do any work on it. It was one of those things that, one of those books that Younger started off doing as a grad student. And the publisher was afraid that he wasn't well known enough as a scholar to get people to buy it. So William Hallow, his advisor, tacked his name on to boost sales. Okay? So no, not new camera. Harry Stark. Is it me, or does David look a little different this live stream? No, it's not a new camera. It is. I've tweaked the settings of the filters. Okay. I started looking at the filters and going, okay, I have to adjust this every time. So yeah, I tweaked the settings on the filters. So basically balance the color a bit better. Kennel apart. Harry Stark. This isn't David. David wears glasses. David got tired of eye strain. This is some new guy. Yeah, I got new glasses, but they're terrible for reading. Absolutely terrible for reading. So I really can't use them when I'm online at the moment. On the computer, I just I'm better off without the glasses when I read the computer monitor. Yeah, went back twice to get it fixed. It was just, yeah, it wasn't good. Wasn't good. Jack Ray's their phone booth nearby. Could be. Here. Yeah, let's get back to super chats here. Okay, so we've recommended 3 books. I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships to the channel. We really appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you so very much. Your support helps us to continue doing this full time. The next one here is from Gregorius Magnus for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Did Abraham leave Haran after Terah died, as in Acts 7:4? The math doesn't add up. In Acts, he would have been at least 135 when he left, but in Genesis 12:4, he was 75. Okay, here's what's going on here. He was 130 when he left. Now, Abraham did leave Haran after Terah died, as in Acts 7:4, because Stephen here is correctly reading Genesis 12:1, which has a consecutive vav. He has properly identified the consecutive vav as being sequentially after the death of Haran. Now, so what's happening in Genesis 12? Let's bring this up here. Let's just go Genesis 12:4, and let's discuss this here. Now, that whole idea that he was 75 when he left Haran, sorry, not in in Acts, it would have been 135 when he left. Yes, but there's a catch here. Catch here. He was 75 when he left. So, what's going on here is that after he left, you have to take into account the problem with that calculation that he was 135 is based upon the reading in here in Genesis 11 26. This is the critical issue here. In Genesis 11:26, it says Terah lived 70 years and became the father of Abraham, Nahor, and Haran. Okay. Now the problem here is that if you see, it's in verse 25, and Nahor lived 119 years, and after which he became father of Terah, and he had other sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years and became father of Abraham, Nahor, and Haran. Okay, you take that 70 years, you go to where he died. In verse 32, 11:32, it says days of Terah was 205 years. 205 years. And you subtract 70 from 205, and that's where you're probably getting the 135 from. Okay? But in Genesis 12, verse 4, it says, so Abraham went forth as the Lord spoke to him, and Lot with him. And Abraham was 75 years old when he departed from Haran. Okay. So those are the verses that we're dealing with here. Now, what's happened here is in verse 26, what we have is verse 26, 26. We have an honorific transposition. That's what's going on here. We got an honorific transposition. What this means is that Abraham is being given the honorific position of the firstborn, but he's not the firstborn. Terah, it's another son. It's either Haran or Nahor that is actually the firstborn. Basically, when Terah turns 70, it's one of those other two sons that's the firstborn, and Abraham is just given the honorific position as the firstborn. So, what does this mean? It means that Terah was actually 130 years old, 130, when he gave birth to, when he begot Abram, and Abram died, and left Haran, Terah died, and Abraham left afterwards at age 75. Okay? So the problem with the math not adding up here is that you are reading verse 26 in sort of a Western way here, and not taking account for the honorific transposition here, and in the same way, also not taking account of that consecutive vav in 12:1. And that that's consecutive vav is very important because it implies that after this. So that in Genesis 12:1, after this, which is after the death of Terah, Abram leaves. Picks up and leaves. Okay, so these are not idealized numbers. They're sort of clan numbers. There's a clan identity and clan continuity happening here, but they are, you have to read them in terms of that sort of clan identities that we find in, say, honorific transposition, and say that sort of perpetuity of clans. Okay. So anyway, I hope that clarifies this. Thank you very much to Super Chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here. From Gregorius Magnus for $5. Thank you for the Super Chat. He says, can you talk about more about your struggles with the faith, how you got through them? I too have these struggles, mostly with biblical inconsistencies. Sure. First of all, one of the things is that when I kind of came to the text, I at least knew I didn't know everything. That helped tremendously. Just knowing I didn't know. Okay? I mean, when I approached the Bible, I was already aware that people had been struggling with this for millennia. 2,000 years, none of this stuff was unknown. All the biblical inconsistencies were known. It's not that people were hiding this. But I also was, cognizant of the fact that just because people knew about this doesn't mean they were telling me. Okay? So, I mean, I think one of my biggest crises of the faith was when I was in grade 12. I mean, I had a couple crises of faith in grade 12. The first one was actually in an English class. When my English teacher, who was an atheist and loved wrecking people's faith, he asked, is there anyone in the class that thinks Jesus was a hero? Yeah, well, I was silly, and I put up my hand, and he asked me why I think Jesus was a hero. And at that time, I said, well, I didn't know. I just thought he was. And, he didn't beat me up for it, but it did, it did put me, Johnny, on the spot. It's like, well, I don't really know why Jesus is a hero. Maybe I should look into this and find out why. And the dude said, well, he's God. What's death to him? Like, okay, fine point. I should look this up. I should know better. Of course, no one had taught me, so how could I know better? And the second crisis of faith for me was, well, what are the, was an atheist objection was, okay, what are the last words of Jesus? I go through the 4 Gospels, and they all seem different. Of course, back then, I knew nothing about genre or gospel authorship or didactic order or literary theory or anything else that, theologians have known about for 2,000 years. And again, it's not that they're hiding it. It's just no person can drink out of a fire hose. To sort of get this all in at once, I wasn't ready for it. Quite frankly. So in some ways I just had to say, okay, I don't understand. How do I get through this? Because basically, I don't understand. I'm willing to find out. I'm willing to learn. But I don't understand. That whole admission, I don't know. I don't understand. I have no idea of the history of the church, or apologetics, or theology. I was just some dumb high school kid. Like every high school kid is a dumb high school kid. I mean, if you're not aware you were a dumb high school kid, then you have no self-reflection at all. Okay. But I was willing to learn. I was willing to say, okay, I don't understand right now. Okay. A few times I got into debates where I lost royally. Yeah, sure. I always learned something coming out of it. Okay. Well, but just that admission that I don't know. But it's my duty to get it right, to learn it as best as I can, and then deal with it as it is. Oh, my producer says, this is why I've turned into an evidentialist. Yeah. Because for me, it's all about evidence. For me, it's all about evidence. Whether that evidence is, say, how these texts are put together, their history, what's the background behind it, all of that. But that's sort of the way I kind of grew as I struggled with these issues. Is I grew because I was willing, I had the humility to admit I don't know. I've always thought that the best teachers in the world were the ones that knew they didn't know everything, that were always learning. I've always said it's better to learn under a good student than a teacher. Because a good student is still learning, still growing, still understanding, still struggling with the evidence, And when you extend that to, say, your issues with, say, the Christian faith, this is how we grow as Christians. We struggle with issues of faith. The Bible's a difficult book. It's a really difficult book. Yes. It can be, you can learn to come to salvation as a child by reading the Bible. Yes. But there's aspects and dusty nooks and corners that will challenge you for the rest of your life. So I think it all begins with the humility of, I don't know. And if you get so educated and so puffed up that you think it has nothing more to teach you, then you've stopped learning. And if you stop learning, you stop growing. And then you start atrophying. Well, okay, that would be a digression, but maybe another time. But that's basically how I got through these struggles, is just having the humility of saying I don't know. Yeah, maybe it was a deserved humility, but I recognized that I was a dumb kid, and I was patient enough to let the answers come to me, seek them out sometimes, but really sort of engage it, but always have that humility of I don't know. And yeah, praying for wisdom does help. Yeah, praying for wisdom definitely helps. And I did lots of that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, praying for wisdom definitely helps. So anyway, that's how this is how I kind of got through it. Praying for wisdom, having the humility to know I don't know, and frankly, understanding that people have already found the answers. We just hasn't been transmitted very well. So, if you understand that for most of these things, there's an answer out there somewhere. You might, in fact, I'll say even this. You might be the one who ends up discovering the answer. That's happened to me too, where it's not in the literature anywhere, but you struggle with this enough that eventually you discover an answer. That's fun, by the way. that one I love. I love when I actually discover something new. You know, read a text, find something new in a text, and it's like, ooh, I don't think anyone's written on this. This is cool. This is really cool. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah, for every answer, somebody had to be first. And for most of them, for most answers, yeah, someone's already discovered it. But there are some that you'll discover too if you learn deeply enough and struggle with it. Okay. Next one here's a member question from Gaius Octavius. Thank you for the question. Some believe that the passage Sembene Yah in the Ugaritic fragment KTU 1.1414 refers to Yahweh, son of El. Thoughts on that interpretation? Does not look like El to me, but I would have to look into that particular fragment. I'm not that good with Ugaritic, so I'd have to look into that some more. So I don't have an answer for you on this. Say, my strengths are definitely more in Egyptian than Ugaritic. I can, fumble my way through Akkadian, but Ugaritic's not a particular strong point of mine. I do a little bit in Ugaritic, but not very much. So I'd have to sort of defer that until I looked at that closer. But I don't see anything there, at least not in that transliteration, that refers immediately to the son of El. Bene is son of Yah, son of Yahweh, but the Sem, I'd have to look that up closer. I'll look that up. So anyway, sorry I couldn't be more help here, but that's kind of the limitations of my knowledge here. Okay. Yeah. Mouthwash for $2. Thank you for the super chat. He says, wait, Dan McClellan is a Mormon? A twist. He's not a very good Mormon. He's one of those Mormons that hasn't denied Mormonism, but some have basically suggested that he's on his way out too. So, he's still circling around, say, the Mormon hierarchy, but and he will sometimes do apologetic work for Mormonism. But yeah, Bible Exegete says nominal Mormon. Yeah, he's a nominal Mormon. I'd say that's probably the best way to put it. He's a nominal Mormon. He when critics of Mormonism sort of come out, he will often mount a defense for Mormonism, but it's sort of a way of staying in their good graces. But he is also wants to really change Mormonism from within as well. So to something more that's more, say, woke. He's a very he's very much into social justice. So that's all I'll say about him. Thank you for the super chat. Jack Ray, not something more Christian? Oh, no. He doesn't want to push Mormonism towards more Christian. He wants to push it to more secular. Grateful Gert gifted 1 Ancient Egypt in the Bible membership. Thank you very much for doing that. We really appreciate that. To specific persons, well, still, we appreciate that. We really appreciate the community is being generous to each other. That's a really great sign. We love it when people help each other out on this channel. Okay, Mouthwash, $2. Currid worth reading? I know you reject his theory. Yeah, okay. Here's where I think Currid is good. Currid is good on the Hebrew stuff. He did his PhD in Iron Age Syro-Palestinian archaeology. Okay, so he's good on the Hebrew stuff. That's where Currid is strong. The problem with Currid is he sometimes ventures into Egyptology and Egyptological stuff, and he doesn't have a good grasp of that. So I think Currid is one of those guys that can be worth reading, but as soon as he starts getting into the Egyptian stuff, it just sort of goes off the rails. So I think his commentaries are okay. Again, especially when it comes to say the Israelite and Hebrew stuff. But then again, that's in his wheelhouse. But again, not anything to do with Egypt. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Dean Salazar asks a member question. He asks, I think the church needs to address historical and systemic racial inequality and accept man-made climate change to revive. So many seem vehemently oppose and accuse all the research and evidence of the data being fabricated. Of course, just don't want to do it. Creation care is a part of, say, Christian orthopraxis, but our reality is, our final destination is not this world. This world is ultimately a sinking ship. I mean, yeah, read the back of the book. It doesn't end well for the world. So, I think to put a lot of emphasis on climate change is to put your emphasis on the wrong place. Your priorities are wrong. So, and there's been a lot of discussion over this. Like, people don't deny that, say, CO2 levels are climbing and climate is changing. There's always, though, been this debate on whether that's actually harmful. So, yeah, it's just, I mean, climate's changed radically over the millennia. It's not just recent. Yeah. Yeah. It's just should not be the focus of the Christian church. This would place the focus off the gospel. And our focus has to be on the gospel of Jesus Christ. That's where our focus needs to be. Not on climate change. Not on, say, climate disasters or social justice. But it has to be on the gospel of Jesus Christ. The church is a religious institution. It's supposed to be advancing the kingdom of Jesus Christ. That's who we serve. That's where our loyalty lies. That's where our priority needs to be. Okay? Now, creation care can be a part of that. I totally accept that. That's fine. Creation care is definitely a part of that. Redressing social ills. Definitely part of that. No problem there. But all of that is under the purview of the kingdom of Jesus Christ. If we fail to recognize that, we've lost the plot. And I think it's important for us not to lose the plot. I think losing the plot is something that's very important. We should discuss that for a moment, because that happens frequently. I've seen it a lot more in ethnic churches, for example. Churches that cater to a specific ethnic minority, like Chinese churches, Filipino churches, etc., where they are always sort of kind of raise the, do we serve our ethnicity first, or are we a church? Are we a religious institution? And minority churches, as I say, ethnic churches tend to struggle with this a lot. Whereas, well, we really do need to serve our ethnic community by hosting parties and social events and be part of the social structure of our communities. Well, okay, what's your theology and how are you reaching that minority for Christ? Oh, well, by hosting these events. Okay, are you doing any theology or preaching or anything? No, we're just helping the community. So I think this is a problem that, again, it's not just limited here to say those who want, say, a focus on climate change. You can turn a church into something that's part of the cultural zeitgeist and ignore the plot of Christianity. And the plot of Christianity focuses around Christ. Before we're a social activist organization, before we're into climate change, before any of that, the main goal of Christianity is to advance the kingdom of Christ. So, yeah, the plot has to be on Jesus and Jesus first. Everything else is sort of icing on the cake. Okay, so the next question here is from the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What's a book that has changed thy life? No Bible. Well, that would have been easy. Okay. Uh. Wow. What book changed my life? Hard to say. I mean, I've read so much. Um. I found, believe it or not, what's his name now? What's the name of that existentialist? The Problem of Being Christian. What's the name of his name of that writer again? Existentialist. Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard. Okay. Soren Kierkegaard wrote a book called The Problem of Being Christian. It was actually very helpful for me at sort of one of my lows. Okay. Even though he was an existentialist, he was a Christian. He was a Christian. He struggled with his faith. So there was a guy who struggled with his faith, and I found his struggles to be very helpful. So again, I don't know if I'd always recommend him, but there's one book that did change my life. Okay, it sort of basically, he had that sort of view that, hey, there's problems with the Christian life. It's hard, but that's what gives you your resiliency as well. Okay, so there you go. There's a recommendation that's not the Bible. Yeah, let's see what's next here. Triconius Constantinus for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on Wisdom 2:12 to 20 as prophecy? See figure, compare with Matthew 27. I am not a... Here, I have no idea about that passage because that's Apocrypha if I remember correctly. Apocrypha says about this. That's Apocrypha. Wisdom 2, 12 through 20. That's kind of weird. Well, let us beset the just one because he's obnoxious to us. Okay, this is from the New American Bible's version of the Apocrypha. He professes to have knowledge of God, styles himself like a child of the Lord. To us, he is the censor of our thoughts, merely to him hardship. Not really sure what you're asking here. Yeah, I don't understand exactly what you're asking about this. You'd probably have to clarify that a bit more. Yeah, I don't get what you're asking here and what the relation is to supposed to be to Matthew 27. So, now I'm gonna have to give you an unsatisfying answer here just because I don't see the relation. You'd have to be more clear about your question. Okay, so anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated, but that's the best I can do here, given what you haven't given me here. And thank Jack Ray for another 10 memberships. We really appreciate your support of the channel. Okay, let's see what's next here. Michael Gee for 15 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Were there any Egyptian coastal forts east or northeast of Migdol along the road of Horus at the time of Ramses II? Did they have chariots at those forts? Yes, there were. Okay, there was at least 2 forts after Migdol, and most of them did have chariots. Okay, chariots were stationed at all the forts on the road of Horus, but it would have depended upon whereabouts on that road where you would have found most of the chariots. So as far as I can recall, there's at least 2 that are after Migdol. But exactly where we don't know. We've only found 2 of those forts. And I believe there's about 8 forts on that road, if I remember correctly. So there would have been forts east of Migdol, although I don't remember what they were off the top of my head. We do find a couple that are west. So the only 2 that we have found on the road of Horus so far that we know for sure is Charu. We found both east and west Charu, and the Lion's Den. Those are the 2 that we know of. The others, we're not so sure of their location. There's some people have suggested that Migdol is actually under the banana plantation. Okay. But no one's going to dig up that banana plantation to find Migdol, unfortunately. So I would all those forts would have had chariots. At least all the major ones, and even some of the minor ones, they would have had some number of chariots. You would have had the major divisions at Migdol and at Charu. Those would have been the sort of the bigger forts. and they would have had the most chariots. But anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. D.R. Williams Jr. for $1.99. Thoughts on Dr. Dan McClellan's video on the no true Scotsman fallacy? Oh, I had thoughts on that. Spoilers! That hasn't come out yet. Yes, we have a video coming out on the no true Scotsman fallacy. And particularly some of Dan's treatments on this. Oh, it's so bad. So bad. Dude does not understand the no true Scotsman fallacy. Just does not understand it at all. The name of Kierkegaard's book was called, I believe, something like The Problem with Being Christian or something like that. I would have to look up here if I can find it here. It's been a long time since I've read it, though. Kierkegaard. Yeah, he's interesting to read if you're struggling. But it's been a long, long time since I've read it, so... Yeah, I can't remember the exact name of the book, unfortunately. I mean, I read a translation of it, which was called the problem of being Christian, or something like that. Well, I can't remember the exact name of the book. So I'll have to look it up and tell you guys later about the exact title. But all right, but let's get back to our question here. Yeah, my thought on Dan McClellan's video on the no true Scotsman fallacy was, I mean, I think his ideas were ridiculous. There's a lot of I found there's a lot of problems with the way he sort of even characterized the fallacy. This whole idea that all you had to do was, in the second premise of the no true Scotsman's fallacy, just add true, real, or genuine, and that automatically makes it a no true Scotsman fallacy. And that's, nothing could be further from the truth. The guy doesn't know what he is talking about when it comes to logical fallacies. You know, the whole idea of the no true Scotsman fallacy, you have to, and he even goes as far as to say that you need a generalization for it to be a no true Scotsman fallacy. And it's like, well, no, it's more involved than that. You need a generalization that starts off as a fallacy of relevance. You don't have a fallacy of relevance to begin a no true Scotsman fallacy. You don't have a no true Scotsman fallacy. And, he just didn't get that. He just said any generalization. So, yeah, he has no clue what he's doing on this. I'm fine for coffee. So yeah, you're going to get more on this on a full video. We got one coming as part of Logic Month. And you got that to look forward to. And frankly, Dan McClellan is the poster child of botched logical fallacies. Okay? The guy really needs to take a logic course. Yeah. I mean, yeah, he has no idea what he's doing. for a guy who keeps telling other people to stay in his lane, he never does. I mean, he's just crazy. I mean, yeah. I mean, some of his analyses of philosophical, say, structures and terms is just laughable. Absolutely laughable. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, next one from Jack Ray. He gifts us another 10 memberships. Thank you very much, Jack, for your support of the channel. And then we got a final super chat here from Considering Flibus for £5. Thank you very much, super chat. And the person asks, Shalom, what are the best books to read if you want to know about ancient Egypt's relationship to influence on the Bible? I would read the works of James Hoffmeyer. He's an Egyptologist. He has published extensively. His books are very solid. He's got a variety of them. He's got like Israel and Egypt. He's done one in Israel and the Sinai. These are typically described as the yellow-colored book and the green-colored book. I know he's doing a revision of the yellow book. It's going to a second edition. But both of those are very good foundational books. The one in the green is very technical. A very technical book. But if you want to know more about, say, how Israelite culture affected the Bible, that's a really good one to do. So those are what I would sort of recommend here. I am just going to take a little quick break, and we'll be just right back. So anyway, I hope that helped, and then when I come back, we will do some non-super chats. Okay, I'm back. Alrighty, let's take some non-super chats, and then we're going to call it a night. Not a lot of non-super chats. I've answered most of them already, huh? Okay. Just see here. Okay, Chowie asks, can you comment on Dan's claim that Jesus wasn't God, but a divine name bearer? Now, I have commented on, say, for example, his Dan's claim that Jesus never claimed to be God. Okay. Or that the Gospels never claim that Jesus is God. And I think that's total baloney. But again, it comes out of his basically critical scholarship, which is that all of the texts are in opposition to each other. And I've seen this happen so often. especially amongst critical scholars, where they'll take one text, they will assert a reading for that, and even if it's the same author that contradicts that reading, they'll just say, "Oh well, it was written by somebody else," or "He didn't really mean that." This is just typical MO for like Dan, where the idea that Jesus wasn't God, but a divine name bearer of God. So for Dan, the claim here is that Jesus was just a man like you and me, and he was just such a good guy that he took on the name of God. Yeah, I'm not buying it for a moment. I don't know exactly where he quotes this because I haven't actually seen where he quotes this, but it's just sort of typical of his work, where he'll just take one text and oppose it to another. So you got dueling texts at 50 yards. So I just don't have a lot of respect for Dan. I don't have a lot of respect for Dan. I don't have a lot of respect for scholarship. And I think this is just sort of... his methodology is terrible. Yeah. I mean, basically, it's sort of based on the premise that nothing is true. So I don't have a great respect for it. Okay. Go on to another non-super chat. Exegetical apologetics. When are you going to shred that beautiful guitar for us? Never. Not a performer. Not going to do it. Okay, so what else we got here? Of course, if I can call it an early night, that'd be cool too. Oh, no, 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 no. No BC. Nope. There's no price tag on that one. That one's just not going to happen. Okay. Nice try, BC. Nice try. All right, I'll take this one from Gaius Octavius. How would a pharaoh who didn't go out to war with his troops have been viewed? Would they have tried to compensate with building projects? We do have some instances of pharaohs that didn't go to war. Not every pharaoh went to war. Hatshepsut never went to war. But there was no question of who was in charge. Okay? So just because a pharaoh didn't go to war doesn't mean they would have been viewed as weak. Okay? But we do have instances where they would have compensated in other ways. Now, interestingly enough, the biggest builders were often, say, they did compensate for their lack of campaigns. Like, for example, we see this in, say, the reign of Ramses III. Now, the Ramses III did do some campaigns at the beginning of his reign. Most kings did. But later on in his reign, he did become more of a building king than a expeditionary king. Okay? Akhenaten, same deal. Akhenaten started his reign with a couple campaigns, and then just did his own religion. So, it'll depend on the king, but most of the time, as long as the king could ensure the safety of the food supply, he was pretty much free to do as he pleased. As long as he was able to put down rebellions, that was more or less what was kind of seen as important. So keep the hegemony going, keep the influx of tribute coming in to offset inflation, and everything's fine. What happened was when they didn't go to war, inflation wasn't offset. That led to food riots and just bad stuff. So it wasn't incumbent upon every pharaoh to go to war. And not every king did go to war. In fact, know a lot of kings that never went on campaign even once. So it wasn't required. But it did negatively affect the economy sometimes when they didn't. Xiao Yi, Prince of the Power of the Air equals Chihuahua. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Okay. Tombao 2008. Hello, Dr. Falk. I was just wondering on progression of your book on the 10 plagues. Have you started writing yet or still collecting funds to write it? I'm right now working on a proposal. Unfortunately, that proposal's gone really, really slowly. Some of it is because I haven't been able to get the information I need from my publisher. I just got that information. So I'm working into that proposal, and hopefully I will have the proposal done in a few weeks. At that point, it's then up to them whether or not they accept it. So, working on it. It's become a priority now, and yeah, because I'm full time now. I have at least the time to actually work on it. So, we went through a few super chats from Mouthwash. Why? Yeah, yeah, I did answer some super chats. Which ones? Yes, Mouthwash, I did answer a couple of your super chats. I think we covered them all. If we didn't, be happy to do so. Okay. Back here. What's that? I don't see it. Oh, one other thing, Town Bow, I just noticed you had double posted. Triple posted. Do that again, we'll disqualify the question. Yeah. Okay, I see it. Alexis asks, how do you feel about modern adaptations of the gospel in media like The Chosen? Okay. I have a kind of a middle view on this. Sometimes I think they're fine. Sometimes I think they're fine. I do like some gospel adaptations. I think some gospel adaptations are very good. It's a way of people being able to get the story of the gospel without actually having to read it. Now, I think reading the gospels is always better than watching it. But I think that there are some dangers of it. Now, the dangers about modern media adaptations is when they try to fill in the blanks. Okay. Sometimes modern sensibilities intrude upon those attempts to fill in the blanks. That's, I think, the danger of modern media adaptations. Is sometimes, say, modern sensibilities intrude or get injected in and all that. And we've seen this happen like in The Chosen. And not necessarily by the producers, but sometimes by people who are just associated with it that sneak something in. Like the rainbow flag, how it got put into the set of The Chosen. And I think that's one of those things where the producers need to have better creative control over their set. I also think that, for example, like when people do gospel adaptations, they'll also sometimes consult apocryphal work to sort of fill in the blanks of Jesus' life as well. And what's her name? Anne, the vampire novel writer Anne Rice. When she did her biography of Jesus, she used an apocryphal story of Jesus bringing a dead bird back to life. So I think that's very problematic. So I overall like modern adaptations. I think they're a good thing overall, but I think one has to be careful that the modern adaptation doesn't become a vehicle for beliefs that are not part of the gospel message. Okay? Yeah, So I do think that's a problem if the adaptation subverts it. And we've seen some adaptations, and this is not just gospel adaptations. It's any biblical adaptation. And the less that's known about it, the more it tends to have this. Like, I've seen this on like Noah adaptations. People will retell the Noah story many times, and every adaptation I've seen of Noah has been horrible. Just horrible. I mean, and that wasn't even the worst one. The one where he's drunk on the boat isn't even the worst adaptation. I mean, that one was just bad, but there was worse ones. I mean, that one with what's his name? Anthony Hopkins. Yeah. I mean, that was a great movie. It was Lord of the Rings. You had Treants as Nephilim as Treants. You had Gandalf. Lambic was Gandalf. It was an excellent adaptation of Lord of the Rings. All it needed was hobbits. You would have had Lord of the Rings. I mean, it wasn't Noah. It wasn't Genesis. But it sure was Lord of the Rings. They even had like Weta Studio do the special effects. Jacko, Emma Watson included, yeah. Yeah. Woo. Yeah, that's Genesis fan fiction, yeah. So, I mean, I've seen worse adaptations than gospel stuff. I mean, most of the gospel stuff hasn't been too bad when you compare it to a lot of the Old Testament adaptations. Some of the Old Testament adaptations have been absolutely horrendous. The camel leopard and weird armadillo dogs. You had orcs. That's your line of Cain. So true. Yeah. That's an excellent, excellent um adaptation of Lord of the Rings. A terrible adaptation of Genesis. The rock creatures took me out. Yeah, well, Nephilim. I mean, tree ants. I mean, Nephilim. Yeah, so I mean, I think there's a place where you can do a good adaptation. I've seen some good adaptations. The Gospel of John was a very good adaptation of the Gospels. Really good. It was long. I mean, it was something like 8 hours, 6 hours or something like that. It was incredibly long. But the Gospel of John was an excellent adaptation. One of the best. Yeah, that's way before my time, hon. Yeah, but that was way before my time. We saw that on VHS, and it was really old. No one's going to know about that. Okay, so I think it's possible to do good adaptations of the gospel and, biblical stories, but again, you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Because you're handling a text that has a context, and you need to be cognizant of that context. And be sure not to inject your own context into that adaptation. Okay. So let's see. We'll take a couple more and then we're going to call it a night here. Roll up here. Alexis, have you seen the new Journey to Bethlehem musical? What? Is that for real? You serious?
No.
Well, I mean, there was some place that was doing Bible musicals. I can't remember it either. That was almost ancient history for me. Uh, Darkblade asks, is uniliteral Egyptian hieroglyphs a possibility? Note, I'm not asking if it's possible for it to have been written in the Egyptian language. Are you talking about here for like gospel or sorry, the Pentateuch being written in uniliterals? Um, I don't know about that. The fact is, a lot of I mean, letters are a kind of uniliteral. So if you've got a uniliteral alphabet here, I don't think you would need a uniliteral hieroglyphic system to write, say, the Pentateuch, when there's a perfectly good early alphabetic inscription character set floating around. So I just don't see it as being necessary here. But um, I just don't see this as when writing a early alphabetic inscription text character set is known, you don't really need Egyptian uniliterals to write texts. Okay. What? Are there drunk bears on Mount Ararat? Drop bears. Oh! No, it's not a koala. Uh, I've heard about drop bears. Um, a lot of people think it's koalas, but it's something else. It's a cryptid. You've never heard of cryptids? Uh, Drop bears are koalas' nastier, larger, supposed ancestor. They're cryptid. Okay, so that's a drop bear. No, as far as I know, there's no drop bears on Mount Ararat, but never know. Could be. I'm surprised anyone even mentioned drop bears. Oh, somebody claimed that Mount Ararat was in Australia. I mean, I only heard about drop bears because of there was a time in my life when I was interested in cryptids. Um, just because I found it interesting, fascinating. Um, but a drop bear is a giant. It's a giant sort of koala-like cryptid in Australia that's supposed to be a carnivorous giant alternative to the koala. Okay. Okay. Tom's Perez asks, what was the purpose behind uniting Amun and Re if there was one? The purpose was that they were different gods that were both seen as sort of king of the gods, right? And it was a way of sort of uniting royal cults. Okay? So Amun is the god of hiddenness. He's the hidden god. He's the power, the mysterious power of the king. He's the royal cult at Thebes. Okay. And Re was the sun god, also seen as a royal god. So that was the sort of the purpose, was to consolidate the sun cult into the royal cult of the Theban dynasty. And that took place around Dynasty 11. Basically, when you had the Theban dynasty return to around the time when the Theban dynasty was sort of, losing control at Ichitawe, they had to make a beeline back to Thebes. It was at that time that Karnak was starting to be developed as a ritual site. And that's where we start seeing Amun and Re sort of that compositing of the two gods. Okay, I see one more super chat from Mouthwash here. And for $2, thank you very much for the super chat. How and when was the Egyptian Book of Dreams codified? We don't know. It's Chester Beatty 3. I think it's a New Kingdom text, though I'm not sure about the dating of Chester Beatty 3. So we only have one example of the Dream Book. It's only one example. It's the only one we got. But it's sufficiently developed that there was probably lots of them. But we don't know exactly when. Let's see if I can get a date on Chester Beatty 3 here. Do we have a date on Chester BD3 here? Discovered at Deir el Medina, so that means Dynasty 19. Back of the document is a letter of Vizier Penesi, written during the reign of Merneptah. Yeah, so we're talking Dynasty 19. So that's when that particular text was written, was during Dynasty 19. Right? But it is so fleshed out that there's no doubt that it dates to earlier than that. How much earlier than that, we don't know. But at least Dynasty 19, and probably a lot earlier than that. Because most of the texts that we get from Dynasty 19 are already copies of other books. And this is true of a lot of the works we find at Deir el-Medina, which is we get these fragments, a lot of them, that were copies of Middle Kingdom texts. Like, most people don't realize this. Like, for example, like the Ipuwer text. The Ipuwer text those are copies. Okay? Those are copies of other texts, those Middle Kingdom texts. Nefertiti is a great example. We have 21 copies of Nefertiti. And the copies all date to the New Kingdom. And most of them are found at Deir el-Medina. And they're fragmentary. But they're fragmentary copies from the beginning of Dynasty 18 and the middle of Dynasty 19. But even so, all of those copies seem to point to an earlier Middle Kingdom text. And we can base that on, say, the syntax and the grammar of the 18th Dynasty copies. So there's almost no doubt that, say, the Book of Dreams, that 19th Dynasty copy that we have, is really old. Just we don't know how old. Again, we only have one copy to work off of here. If we had more copies, and that could, especially if they were earlier, we could probably get a better sense of this, just like we did with Nefertiti. So, anyway. Let's see. Look at the last copy here. Alexis is koalas. Definitely koalas. Alexis says, oh, those early copies we can never get. Yeah, unfortunately. This is why we don't date works by the last copy. Because, texts are often older than the surviving copies. This is why we use, say, things such as epigraphy, grammar, syntax, to actually date the copies of documents. Because those are often a better indication of how old a text is than the final copy itself. Jack Ray, last. And we will thank you for that and call it last. Okay, so thank you, Jack, for supporting the channel. And thank you for everyone who joined us tonight and who has been supporting the channel through your super chats and your donations. I want to thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube supporters. I want to thank you again for your generous support of the channel. You keep us on the air. You keep food on our table. We so appreciate that. We also want to thank our regular subscribers. Watch our channel, who hit that like and subscribe button, and also hit the bell, and who also recommend our videos to other social media platforms. You get the message out there. And again, we want every one of you to join us Tuesday at 4 p.m. for the live play of Assassin's Creed. It's a great time, and you get to learn a lot, which is always infotainment is a good thing. So with that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.